All right, good afternoon, guys. Can you hear me? Type 1 in the comments if you can hear me. I'm going to do a quick update, and then I got to run a quick errand, then we'll make a couple more updates throughout the afternoon. But type a 1 in the comments and let me know where you're from if you can hear me. All right, sounds like it's working, so let's just check this out here. There's actually a tornado warning headed right towards Yazoo City, which is interesting because that area got hit a few years back really hard with one of these setups at around the same time. I think it was early April, and we'll have to take a look at this storm. This is radar indicated. It's actually not a actual tornado fall on the ground right now. We'll have to obviously you want spotter reports and stuff like that uh, for that. What we're going to do is we're going to turn on the velocity. I think I have to change the layers here. But yeah, really the only tornado warning is the one near Yazoo City right now. Everywhere else, it's severe storms. The main show is going to start a little bit later today as the atmosphere starts to heat up. Yeah, we'll wait for that to load. What we'll do is check out the HR for today. I'm going to show you the quick forecast breakdown real quick here and do that. So yeah, this is around right now. So this is kind of what's going on here in the southeastern United States. We've got a cold front slash outflow boundary. So there's storms up to the north here in parts of Louisiana. That's bringing cold air down. There's also a front moving in, and that's going to trigger storms along the cold front. Now you got this just really rich moisture. The Gulf is loaded right now. I mean, you're talking temperatures way above average, so it could be a very active severe season. Anyway, this moisture is pooling up along this front, and then we got a bit of a warm front kind of out in this region right here, just south of Tennessee. And where the storms are really going to develop is kind of where you see this intersection occurring. So the most likely area is going to be northern Mississippi, like I said in the forecast yesterday. And what's going to happen is these storms are going to kind of ride along this warm front initially. And when they do, the tornado threat is going to be extremely high. So that would put areas in northern Mississippi and parts of or yeah, Mississippi and Alabama, maybe even Georgia under the gun. Now, as you go towards around 5 p.m. or so, you can see this outflow boundary moves to the east, and out ahead of it and along it is where your storms are going to develop. You actually might see some redevelopment out to the west. Sometimes you get that behind outflow boundaries um, along a cold front. So would not be surprised later in the evening to see a second round. But the main show is going to be in the central and northern parts of Mississippi and Louisiana. But this moves to the east. This is around 1 a.m. or so, and you can see it's the main front is in parts of Alabama, Georgia, and this is going to move into the Carolinas on the morning hours of Monday. There could be redevelopment here, and we'll have to watch that. So there could be actually some severe storms in that area as well. Look at the reflectivity real quick. And this is around right now. So you can see this is pretty accurate. You can see those storms kind of that they're kind of generating that cold front, that outflow boundary, and you can see the nastiest of storms are right up here in the north parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. Okay, so as we head towards around 21Z, this is 4 p.m. You can see these storms look really nasty. They're starting to break out a bit ahead of that line. And when that happens, you can see this happens around 3 p.m. We'll definitely be going live again around then. That's what I'm concerned about. It's the storms out ahead of the main line right now. Right now, we got a big line, but the storms out ahead of it could be more isolated and supercellular and in a much dangerous environment. And that could occur between about 3 and 7 tonight, between parts of central northern Mississippi and Alabama, and even a couple of isolated storms out here in Louisiana. These are probably more likely to be hailers and wind. But as you can see, as we head towards 7 p.m., 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, this whole thing moves to the east. And the scary thing about this is you can see it's a line, a squall line, but you can see these embedded supercells in it. So what I think is going to happen is you're going to see embedded isolated tornadoes in this line throughout the night. Usually that starts to weaken when it turns into a squall line, but we could be seeing some isolated tornadoes after dark even within this line as it moves to the east. All right, so what we're going to look at is a significant tornado parameter. And this is around right now. You can see the significant tornado parameter is off the charts set an 8 out of 10. Okay, I mean that is just about maximum. But like I said, it's a line of storms right now. We got to get these things supercellular before they really start getting going, before you get tornado. So sometimes you can have high sig tor values, but if it's a line, it doesn't. It kind of lowers the threat a little bit. If it's a supercell, you're going to be dealing with strong tornadoes. And obviously, this is around 4 p.m. when those supercells develop. You can see the supercells right in here. They blow up and then kind of cool the environment, but they're blowing up in that 7, 8, 9 out of 10 sig tor values. And so that is very dangerous. It would definitely put central Mississippi into central northern parts of Alabama under the gun here between about 3 and 6 p.m. That moves to the east, and you can see these sig tor values hold throughout the day. They actually kind of redevelop overnight and into Monday morning out into the Carolinas. So this entire storm system could be tornadic as it moves all the way out to the Carolinas. So wind shear, for the most part, I mean, you look at the low-level jet, this is absolutely insane. This is around 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m. You got values of 70 knots within this region, maybe even more than that. All you really need for severe weather, if you got enough instability and other parameters in place, directional shear, all you really need is about 30, 40 knots of this stuff, and you got double that. So some of the highest values I've ever seen, April 27th and some other dates had these. I mean, you got 75, 80 knots in that region right there. If we put a sounding, see, we'll see what kind of environment we're dealing with here. As that loads, we're going to check out something cool I found. This is the total amount of lightning occurring across the United States. And this is kind of just the lightning energy density. And you can see it just going crazy over Mississippi right now. High values, especially in the western parts, northwestern parts of Mississippi. So these storms definitely have some good lightning, and we'll use this throughout the day here. And we'll look at that storm that we had. I think, let's see. So this is the severe warnings. And so here's your severe warning. This is the one near Yazoo City, kind of tracking to the east-northeast. This is that severe line. Looks like it's mostly a wind and hail threat, particularly wind threat, but there could be some isolated embedded rain-wrapped tornadoes in there. But what we're going to do is look at the lightning, and let's see here. Try to let that refresh, but you can see the lightning, moderate to high within this Yazoo City area. So there's probably some dangerous lightning occurring within that region. Another cool tool we have is something called the Prob Severe. This is a real-time model run, and it essentially predicts the cells. So it's taking these cells, it's a weather model that predicts the cells and kind of predicts what they're going to do, an hour or two in advance. And so we'll look at this one near Yazoo City. What this little polygon has, it says the severe probability over the next, I believe that's an hour, is 99%. The instability is about 3,500, which is pretty darn good in a bad way. The flash rate is 81. So this is a pretty intense looking storm. The shear is pretty dangerous, pretty bad at 54 knots. So pretty scary looking thing there. You can see storms to the south. Probability of that being severe is going to be 22%. This one out here near Carthage and Canton is 81%. So this thing, according to this model, is going to potentially increase 81% chance that it's going to be a severe warning as it moves to the northwest. Let's see if we can get an animation going here. Wait for that to load. We'll go back to this sounding. And what I'm going to do is turn on that SIG tour, and I'm going to show you kind of what this environment looks like in this region later today. Like I said, the main show is going to happen in a few hours from now. Right now, it's mostly a wind and hail threat, but as you go towards around 21Z, right around 3 p.m., you can see this environment, PDS tornado. What does that mean? It means particular dangerous situation. When you see that, this is a vertical profile of the atmosphere. When you see a PDS tornado, that indicates that there's a potential for significant tornadoes and potentially a lot of them. You can see the significant tornado parameter is 11 to 13, which is off the charts. Usually it goes from about 1 to a 10, but when you see it go above that, it's just pretty incredible. And here's your instability, very strong instability parameters in place. You can see this wind shear. So the winds are out of the southeast at the surface, and they're out of the southwest up in the upper level. So there's directional shear, which means it's kind of spinning as you go up in the atmosphere. You got winds out of the southeast at the surface around 15 knots, and then you go just off the deck, not too far up, 850 millibars, and it's about 70 knots. So it goes from southeast at 20 knots to just off the deck, southwest at 70 knots. So you can see how much spin and change in direction there is in the wind shear. That's going to aid supercellular development tornadoes, especially when you have instability like that. So, very least, very large hail damaging winds, but there very well could be some tornadoes in this region today, and probably a couple significant ones if you're in central Alabama and in Mississippi. From again about that 3 to 6 p.m., 3 to 7 p.m. time frame. Still going to be a decent tornado threat out here in the Carolinas through Georgia and eastern Alabama, but probably not as significant. There's going to be a couple of tornadoes after dark with this type of environment, though. What we'll do is we'll switch back and check out that radar real quick. See if we can get a 3D radar to load here. Again, feel free to share this with your friends, guys. Bring on some people on board, especially if they live in this region. I'm going to be making these updates every couple of hours. I'll probably come back on again at around 3 or so when this ramps up, but I got to set up the studio, do some family things between then. But this will definitely be ramping back up soon here. But we'll look at the radar real quick, and yeah, you can see some storms now developing out ahead of this main line. What we'll do is do the other one here. Feel free to ask comments as well. How's the audio level? Someone said it was too low. I'll try to adjust that real quick. Let's see. All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. Let me know if you can hear me. Trying a couple different things out here with the microphones. Yeah, guys, there's a tornado warning now for Yazoo City, so we're definitely going to be checking this out. Yeah, so storm motion's moving to the northeast east or so at 55 miles an hour. Pretty fast moving. These are very fast moving storms. Radar indicated, so that's good news. It's not actually reported. Let's see. Weird. The audio definitely is having problems. I'm probably going to take a break in a little bit and try to get some things set up here. But we're going to look at this storm near Yazoo City real quick. Definitely significant. The storms out ahead of it I'm concerned about as well. Because the ones that form out ahead of the main line, it's going to be something to watch later this afternoon. 1 inch hail in this thing. But luckily there is nothing that looks terribly dangerous. Either way you want to take shelter, but it doesn't look like a classic supercell. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to try to fix this audio. I'll be back in a second. Testing, testing, testing. All right, guys, I think I fixed it. So let me know if you hear me. I think it's a lot better now. So type a 1 in the comments if you hear me, and we'll get back into this real quick. All right, yeah, definitely working now. So let's get right into it here. All right, so we got a storm near Yazoo City. This is somewhere we definitely want to watch here. It's actually an indication of a meso right here. So see this spinning thing? It's essentially a mesocyclone, which is a large area of rotation. Luckily, we do not see any tight areas. When these things get really tight, like they're a pixel apart, really bright green, bright red, you get a lot of motion. So what's essentially going on here is some rotation in the atmosphere. The meso strength up here is a 6, the one down here is a 7, so it's pretty high down there. Tornado vortex signature means that, you know, the circulation's tight enough for a tornado. This is moving right towards Yazoo City, so definitely not the news we want to see, because the city definitely got hit a couple of years ago, a few years back, if you remember that, with a similar, you know, large scale outbreak. But you can see what's going on here. There's wind coming in and out. So the green's kind of coming out and the wind's going in. This is where your circulation's occurring. So there's broad scale circulation. Luckily, oh, this is a new update now. This is right over Yazoo City. So luckily, it does not look like it's overly tight circulation, but it is definitely concerning, especially if you live near Yazoo City right now. The tornado warning is moving east at 55 miles an hour. It's got hail at about an inch. Luckily, the tornado's radar indicated and not like a personal spotter. So that is good news. But either way, it's a dangerous looking storm. Looks mostly like outflow coming out of it. So lots of wind, but either way, you never want to see something like that. We're gonna look at the reflectivity real quick. Let that load. Yeah, pretty nasty, guys. I mean, this is there's probably some serious hail in some of this area, especially just to the south here within this region right there, just to the southwest of Yazoo City. What I'm going to do, let's see, we got a 3D radar here, so we'll have to check this out, see how it looks in the upper levels. So this is the 3D radar, and when you get really high tops like this, when they go straight up into the atmosphere, that means there's a lot more instability, there's stronger updrafts, and you can clearly see this storm near Yazoo City. So right there, you can see Yazoo City kind of in that pocket right there. The storm just to the east has the highest tops in the country right now. So very strong, potent updraft. There's very large hail in that pink and purple area, most likely, and that's heading right towards Yazoo City. So even if there's not a tornado, very strong hail within that type of look with that system. Now, what we're going to do is go back to this radar, and I'm going to look at the hail real quick. We'll look at the echo tops. And so the echo tops is essentially how high is the storm getting up into the atmosphere. And that does not look accurate. So it's only 10 to 20K feet. I would suspect it's much higher than that. So I think the radar is having an issue there. But correlation coefficient. We'll go back to the velocity and check out that rotation here, storm relative velocity here. So luckily it does look a little bit more broad now. You can see how it's kind of a lot more broad. It's not as tight circulation. And there's also not any more meso indications popping up out to the east. So that is good news. So it's more broad scale rotation. I'm going to show you an example of what a mesocyclone looks like for those people that are interested. And I've got a few photos here. I go storm chasing a lot, so we're going to kind of show you kind of what's going on here. This is an example of a mesocyclone. So it's a broad cloud of rotation. So it kind of spins around in the atmosphere. You get southeast winds that kind of curl into it. There's rain out ahead of it. And so this area, and then there's also rain inside of it. So this area in between is kind of where your hook echo is. That little pocket is the area in between. You get rain over here. That's kind of where that hook comes out when you get your hook echo. So this is like your supercell. this is the area where the mesocyclone develops. And this is what we're looking at. Again, this is an example. This is a storm that I took a few years back in Nebraska, but it's a broad scale of rotation and it kind of gets indicated on the radar. The radar can pick this stuff up. For a tornado to occur, you want very tight circulation. So a tornado typically would be, something like that, and it would be much tighter. And so when we get the radar, we have one thing. Let's see here. Go back to that. When you get tornadoes, they're a lot tighter in circulation. So you don't see any tornado vortex signatures at the moment, but you do see some meso rotations. And it is starting to tighten up just a little bit near Yazoo City. So you can see that wind going out and in that region right there. So very dangerous situation just to the west of Yazoo City. So definitely get underground if you're in that area. That's not good to see because we just had a tornado go through that area a few years back. Type some questions in the comments if you guys have any questions. Yeah, luckily it's not as tight as it was in the previous run. Although now the latest frame has tightened up just a little bit near and north of Yazoo City. So that is a little bit concerning there. I think what I'm going to do is look at see if this is going over a populated area. So we turn the radar on. There actually is. Yeah, it's definitely going right over the populated area. You can see that the core of the mesocyclone signature is going right over Yazoo City. So you can see it, I mean, smack dab right over it. You can see the city right here. We definitely have a better view. And on the real Earth here, so this is actually a pretty good tool. It's called Real Earth online. And let's see if we can find Yazoo City here. All right, so this is the core of our storm. Obviously, some lightning's going over that area right now, but this is the reflectivity. So this is the main storm. It's near and just behind it, Yazoo City at the moment. Let's see. So I'm going to just turn this off again, and then we can actually zoom in, and you can actually see where this is passing over. So it's passing over near and north of Yazoo City, so it's going right through a populated area. There's some farmland probably over here, just to the west of that area. But luckily at the moment, it doesn't appear there's actually a tornado on the ground. Obviously, you want to take shelter either way, nothing to joke about. But you can see the main storm system is starting to move in to that region. Tornado warning is moving east at 70 miles an hour. So that is astronomical. I mean, that is just incredible. 70 miles an hour. You're talking interstate speed, moving due east. So the storm track with these things was actually to the northwest, although, or off to the northeast, although when they start to bend to the east, that is an indication that the tornado threat is increasing. There's some physical properties in these storms, and so that's a dangerous ordeal. But you can see Yazoo City here, kind of in that pocket between those two storms. Radar confirmed tornado, says Evan. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Thankfully, it's not reported yet. Computer Geek says, what program am I using? This is WSV3, although I'm using a ton of different software. There's something called Weather Lab, that's the 3D radar, and then Real Earth, which is the Prob Severe thing I was looking at a little bit earlier, the real-time weather model. So I think the radar actually went down. So it's not loading here. You can see, guys, this is the only warning other than the severe warnings out for parts of Mississippi into parts near Lafayette. We'll look at that in a second. The main show is going to happen a little bit later, so I'll definitely be coming back on around 3 or 4 when the thing is really going to start ramping up. There it is. Okay, so the radar is back now, and I'll go down to Yazoo City. Wow, that is really nasty looking, guys. That is a very strong pack of wind and hail getting packed into that. When you see these tight gradients like that, that is a big time indication of severe weather, a very strong updraft, strong inflow and outflow coming together. And there is a little bit of a notch. You can see this little notch right here, just near and to the east of Yazoo City. Storm motion 70 miles an hour, hail 1.5 inches. There's a hail detection by the radar of 7.75 inches a little bit earlier, but I would suspect it's a little bit larger than that in some areas. We can actually look at the hail threat here. This is the vertically integrated liquid. So this kind of measures the hail threat. And you can see values, obviously higher values are going to be a larger hail threat, but you can see that 60, 70, some areas to the southeast here in the core, 70, 80. So very large hail within that system there near Yazoo City. We can check out that area near Lafayette. Turn on this radar. All right, so this is between Lafayette and Baton Rouge. And that'll take a couple seconds here to load. There's a severe warning down there, and really 68, that's 68 miles an hour storm motion. So these things are just racing off to the northeast. The low-level jet's strong, the upper levels are strong. These are moving at interstate speeds, so extremely hard to keep track of these things. They're moving so fast. So if you're in that area, obviously you don't want to be driving around. There's probably a lot of storm chasers out, and it would be near impossible to stay up with these things unless you're on an interstate. Hail 1 inch, winds 60 miles an hour with that storm between Baton Rouge and Lafayette. But for whatever reason, the radar is not loading down there. So go back up to our Yazoo City storm. Oh, there it goes. So I suspect this is mostly a hail threat, but you can see near Cecilia, just north of Cecilia, however you say that city, Arnaudville maybe, just to the east of there, some pretty large hail. So not be surprised to see 1-2 inch hail out there within that region right there. You can see the rest of the area. Maybe there's some large hail just to the east. See, just to the east of Atlanta. Obviously, that's not Georgia, Atlanta, Louisiana. But really, the main show here is the one storm up here near Yazoo City. So very, very potent storm here. All right, so let's see. Oh, that. All right, for some reason the software wasn't loading, so now we're back up. But what I wanted to show you real quick is the VIL. So we'll go back to level 3, and we'll go to Yazoo City radar. And VIL is vertically integrated liquid, so it actually measures how much, potentially how much hail is in the air. And we can actually detect that on this radar here. It's going to take a couple of minutes to load. So while we do that, we'll check out our 3D radar on the iPad, and you can definitely see that these highest tops, the highest storms here, are near Yazoo City. It's a very strong updraft, very potent hail in that area. Then there's obviously that storm near Lafayette and Baton Rouge. Those are some pretty high storms, so very strong updrafts. The storms out ahead of Yazoo City are mostly hailers, very tightly packed, sharp updrafts that probably indicative of some really large hail in that area near Canton. But obviously, Yazoo City is the strongest storm by far. You can see it's the most dominant storm of the bunch here, and very strong hail core within that region. Yeah, you can see these tightly packed, you see these gradients, how they're tightly packed. That usually is indicative of very severe storms, very strong winds, hail, and stuff like that. Luckily, this storm is now moving to the east of Yazoo City. The tornado threat is a lot weaker on the back side of these things. It's usually the strongest on the front side, but I don't see any overly strong notches within this thing. Maybe one up here just to the east of Yazoo City. We'll look at the velocity here and check that out real quick. Yeah, is anyone located near this area? Go ahead and type the comments or type where you're from. All right, so here's the velocity. You can actually see that this is good news for Yazoo City now. It's all outflow. So when you get the reds and the greens, this is kind of where the storm line is right here. You get inflow, so winds moving into the storm, and then the green is going to be outflow. The storm's moving away from the storm in this particular case. And so that's good news for Yazoo City. So it's all moving outflow. So winds probably 30, 40, 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. And then out ahead of it, you're getting probably 20, 30 miles an hour getting sucked into this thing. But if a tornado were to occur, and it actually says there was an observed tornado, so that's bad news. That was just to the east of Yazoo City. Tornado would occur, it'd be within this region right here. We see that kind of that tightening and that kind of notch appearance. So if there'd be a tornado, it'd be right where that report was, probably a rain-wrapped, quick-moving type of tornado. These things are moving to the east at 50 to 70 miles an hour. We're talking interstate speed. So just incredible. 1.5-inch hail, radar detected, obviously. And then we got a new tornado warning now out. So this is for Goodman, really all of these cities, but right here. And this is going to be a tornado warning and effective until about 2:45 p.m. So you can just see how incredibly fast these things are moving. This is between Yazoo City and Louisville, and you're talking a pretty large distance there. And the National Weather Service has this out for about an hour, so it could be all the way to the end of this box within an hour. So the storm motion, 53 miles an hour. It's been fluctuating between 50 and 70. It's probably somewhere around 55 or so, 60. Hail, 1.5 inches. Tornado warning, obviously, within that region. This is the probability for severe weather. So this is kind of a forecast for the next several hours for this region, for the next hour, excuse me. And you can see 90% within this blue or purplish kind of polygon right here. This is a 90% chance of severe weather within that region. And so that's out ahead of Yazoo City. The lightning density here, very, very high near Yazoo City. So dangerous lightning. When you see an uptick like this in lightning, it is an indicator of, sometimes it can indicate that tornadoes will occur very shortly if you see a very sharp uptick, and we have that happening. And obviously there it is, the new update. So this is a little bit more updated. You can see very high values near Yazoo City, so very dangerous lightning near Yazoo City. Wouldn't surprise me to see a lot of clouded ground lightning in that area, probably very frequent flashing. You can just see how this compares with the rest of the storms. And Yazoo City, and then obviously storm near Greenwood, and then the one near Winfield down here, very, very high amounts of lightning. Let's check out the SPC and see how many tornado reports we have so far. So these are actually reported tornadoes. This is not radar indicated. This is actual reports. And you can see about 6 or so. So that was mostly in Louisiana, but I wouldn't be surprised again later today to see a large uptick if you're actually in the central and northern parts of Alabama and Mississippi later today. So there's going to be a big time uptick in that area right there. So if you look at the composite reflectivity here, we're going to show you kind of how this is going to evolve over the next few hours. This is around right now. So this is kind of the model showing what's going on right now in the radar. And you can see it does have that storm near Yazoo City, and then a few storms out here, a few storms out here. So it looks pretty accurate compared to what the radar is. But as we track towards about 4 p.m., here's where it gets interesting. The storm still continues. So that storm is indicating that it's going to continue and plow all the way east and hold its strength. But there are cells that will develop in Louisiana and Mississippi around 3 or 4 p.m. And you can see them blow up around 4 or 5 p.m. The good news is this looks more linear. So when you get these storms that kind of merge together like that, it does lower the tornado threat a bit. But with this wind shear and instability, this type of environment, you're still going to get, and my forecast is you're still going to get embedded tornadoes within the line throughout the evening here. So as we head towards around 7 p.m. here, here's your main line. It's out between north central Alabama into Mississippi, all the way down to Louisiana. Sometimes the southernmost storm, it's isolated and it's usually by itself, and sometimes that can indicate a tornado threat. So don't be surprised to see a couple of isolated rogue tornadoes that track even through southern Louisiana and parts of Mississippi later today. Some more storms developing out ahead of it. That's a dangerous sign. You can see these new cells developing. This is after dark even. So again, with this type of look, you're going to get after dark tornadoes. It's around 8 p.m. This is in Mississippi and Alabama. As this moves towards 10 p.m., you can see this line moves to the east, but it still holds its strength through about Georgia, and then it starts to line out a little bit more as we head towards around after 3 a.m. or so, as it moves into Georgia and the Carolinas. Weakens a little bit. The southernmost part will continue to stay strong. Usually with these types of events, as the lines move to the east, the southernmost is the strongest, and then it kind of weakens a little bit on the northern side. But this line will bring damaging winds and some isolated embedded tornadoes, particularly in the southern part of this line as it moves to the east, Sunday night into Monday morning. The significant tornado parameter is off the chart here. So this is measuring the tornado potential in the atmosphere. And this is around right now. You can see it's around a 7 out of 10, which is extremely high. All you really need is about an inch or a 1 out of 10. It's really high here in central Mississippi. The thing you're going to want to watch for is when these new storms develop between 3 and 7. Where do they develop? Well, they develop right in that environment, and you can see they develop right where those valleys are about 3 to 7 in Mississippi and Alabama. And as that low-level jet increases, the significant tornado, the wind shear and the significant tornado parameter are going to increase in parts of Alabama. And so that looks pretty dangerous. This is kind of where your fronts are right now. Let's see here. So this is around 4 p.m. It's going to be kind of a front right here, probably a warm front somewhere up there. And you got your thunderstorms, and the thunderstorms are actually creating an outflow boundary. So it's creating a intersection or a cold air front, essentially a cold front, a little mini cold front from the thunderstorms. It enhances things. And obviously you get southeast winds out ahead of it. Where these things intersect, that's where your main tornado threat's going to occur, near and just to the south of that. So this is around 4 p.m. Your best tornado threat is really going to be all of Mississippi, except for maybe the southeast part. And then the southwest part of, or southeast part of Mississippi into eastern Louisiana. And then as we head towards around 7 p.m., main threat's going to be kind of in that moisture pool in the central and southern parts of Alabama and Louisiana. When you see winds out of the north, that's obviously indicating those storms are moving through. When you see a sharp line like that, that's actually a good indication of a weakening tornado threat because it's very cold. A lot of cold air kind of dominates that area. So the tornado threat on this latest run might actually decrease just a bit for the northern part of Alabama and Mississippi as we head towards later in the evening. The previous runs looked a lot more dangerous for that area, but the main threat looks to be central Mississippi, central Alabama, based off of what this shows. Updraft helicity, this is indicating the spin. So it indicates the radar and the spin in the atmosphere. And when you get these long streaks, that's where your best bet for tornadoes and hail, especially, will occur. And this is through Monday morning. And you see the main streaks kind of go through the central and northern parts of Mississippi and Alabama. And then we got a couple of more that develop here in Georgia. But you can see the southeastern parts kind of get spared. So it's really going to occur right where you get the warm front, cold front outflow boundary type of intersection in the northern parts of the states. But like I said in the video yesterday, this entire event doesn't look like anything historic by any stretch of the imagination, but it definitely looks like a tornado outbreak. But I'm not thinking this is a historic type of setup, but it's dangerous either way. The thing that's really impressive about this setup is the 850 millibar winds. And we'll look at those real quick. This is the low-level jet, and you can see it's just astronomical. Some of the highest values I've ever seen, 70 knots, maybe even 80 knots of low-level winds within this area. This is just off the deck. So if we look at the surface winds again, for that time period, you can see the surface winds are out of the south at about 20 knots, 25 miles an hour or whatever. And then you just go just a little bit off the deck, okay, skyscraper off the deck, and you're talking like 70, 75 knots, which is probably 80 or 90, 80 miles an hour or so. So it goes from the south at the surface at 20 knots to southwest at close to 80 miles an hour just off the deck. So that's insane amount of wind shear. And this is also transporting moisture up from the Gulf at very rapid pace. And as this thing blows up later in the afternoon, this is going to enhance the tornado threat. And you can see that it really gets going even on Monday. So Sunday night into Monday. So this is just after dark. And you can see this low-level jet transporting Gulf moisture into the Carolinas. So even though this storm system is going to be aligned by then, with this low-level jet, it's going to continue to fuel moisture, warm, moist air into the Carolinas Sunday night into Monday, and Georgia as well. And that's going to continue to aid very, very heavy rain and severe weather. You can see almost 90 knots of low-level jet there. That might be enhanced by the storms a little bit, but either way, the environment, the background environment, favors a screaming low-level jet with tons of moisture, instability. So there's going to be severe storms all the way out to the coast as we head towards Monday. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at the storms. Really, the only warning in the entire country is the storm near Yazoo City. So pretty good news. Again, things are going to ramp up in a couple of hours. I'll come back on. I'm going to take a quick break in a few minutes. Yeah, tornado warning still moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. Your best bet for tornado is going to be to the east of Yazoo City, where you get this wrapping. So here's your latest radar update. And you can see these winds kind of converging together near Pickens to Goodman to Lexington. So it's where you see this wrapping that occurs. That's where your best bet for tornadic activity is going to be. Right now, it just doesn't look overly impressive for tornadoes, which is good news. Weak side inflow. The outflow is a little bit stronger, but it's mostly a push. So it's mostly winds coming out. But there, anytime you do get that inflow to kind of wrap in like that, it does put the threat for tornadoes in that region. Would be your best bet would be kind of within this region right here. Sometimes you'll get a surge of inflow, and when you get that surge to come in, it'll kind of get wrapped in, and then you get outflow that gets wrapped out. So sometimes you get that inflow, which strengthens the storm above, which then puts out more precipitation and outflow, and then you get this cycle to occur, and you'll get that circulation. But overall, weak rotation, still tornadic, still could warrant a tornado warning. So either way, dangerous situation there. Check out the base reflectivity real quick. So this is measuring the precipitation now. And you can obviously see that we got some pretty good storms really all the way up through all of Mississippi into parts of Louisiana. Pretty nasty looking storm to the east of Hammond. But really, this is the main show here. And when you get them tightly packed like this, you see that really tightly packed gradient. That's where your strongest, it's an indicative of severe storms. That's where your strongest winds are going to be. And you see these little notches near Goodman, just to the north of Goodman, and kind of just to the southeast of Pickens. If there's going to be tornadic circulation, probably going to be in those areas. Luckily, the radar is not indicating any mesoscale type circulation. Very strong precipitation and wind, I would guess, out ahead of this thing. Let's see, we'll check out the base velocity. Got valleys about 20, 30 miles an hour, not terribly strong. But I would suspect that it would be a little bit stronger than what the radar shows just based off how that reflectivity looked. Wouldn't be surprised. Hail threat, we'll turn that on, and we can actually view the hail. While that loads, we'll look at the old 3D radar map, and you can see that the storms near Yazoo City are the highest at the moment. The ones out ahead of them are as well, but really everywhere else, it's not as impressive. You can see the storms to the north, even though they look nasty on the radar, they do not have very high tops. You can see they're very flat looking. So that's an indicative of weaker updrafts. So the tornado threat is extremely low in Tennessee at the moment. It's just mostly cold rain and thunder. But when you get these strong updrafts like this, and when they're really close to the surface, and that's darn near on the surface, it's planted on the ground pretty much, that's where your strongest tornadic activity is going to be. It's going to be near between Jackson and Yazoo City at the moment. See if they can get this VIL to load. And here it is. So this is our hail threat. That's going to be the strongest just to the east of Pickens, 70.4 kilograms per meter, per meter squared here. That's really high hail threat. This is vertically integrated liquid, so it's kind of a measure of hail. You can actually see a new warning out near Ola, or Ala, however you say that, near Clarks, and that's near Louisiana, in Louisiana. But your main threat is going to be out here near Yazoo City. Very large hail, probably an inch or two. Moving right towards Goodman. Again, this is moving at racing speeds. We're talking 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, interstate speeds. So pretty crazy. Feel free to ask questions in the comments if you guys have any. Yeah, his DBZ values are pretty high too, 50, 60 knots. But as I was talking about, you see, if you use a regular radar, you think, oh, these storms up here are pretty nasty because they look really nasty. But again, if you go back to that 3D radar I was talking about, they're very flat. The echo tops are really flat. We'll turn those on. That's definitely not right. Let's see. So the echo tops are essentially how high are the storms getting in the atmosphere. And when they get higher, that's indicative of stronger updrafts. Obviously, you see 40, 50 knots or 50,000 feet up here near Goodman. So 40,000, 50 feet up into the atmosphere is how high those storms are getting. Could be overshooting tops within that type of look. But as you see, you go towards Tupelo up to Holly Springs into Tennessee, and the tops just aren't as high. They're about half as high, 20 to 30,000 feet up in the air. So that's good news that tornadoes typically won't form that environment when you get widespread storms and those lower tops. Still under the gun later in the evening, but the main threat looks to be shifting more towards central Mississippi, maybe even southern Mississippi and northern, central, and southern Alabama. This particular storm out here near Winfield, let's zoom in, near Clarks, Louisiana, this thing has very high tops, 50K knots, and it's also isolated. So this is a storm we're going to have to watch later in the evening here. The Ville's obviously really high, 70 knots, probably got some bonker size hail in there. Reflectivity really high, so this is a nasty looking storm. Doesn't really have quite the look of a tornado warned type of storm. You typically get a hook and kind of a shape that looks like this. So this is something you're going to want to watch, guys, is a shape that looks kind of like that, or maybe more like that. So when you get storms that have that jelly bean type of look with kind of a hook or a scorpion tail at the end, that's where your tornado type storms are going to occur. And it's the tornadic activity occurs within that notch that you'll see with these types of events. But luckily, the storm doesn't quite have that look. It looks to me more like a hail threat. We can actually change views here. Radars, see if we can get a better radar. Maybe. Overall, though, let's turn on the loop. Mostly a hail threat. Let's see, 1 inch hail, winds 60 miles an hour. You can definitely see it's blowing up. So it's definitely trending. And this is towards Winnsboro, Mangum, Clarks. There's going to be some pretty nasty hail within the core of this thing. And the main hail core is right over Clarks. So you're talking hail of 1 inch, potentially even more with this type of look. Although it's not as much supercellular as a classic, tornadic supercellular. It could be more of just like a lots of hail coming down all at once. Maybe not large. Sometimes you'll get with those high Ville values, it doesn't indicate large hail. Sometimes it'll just be a ton of small hail. So that's something you also have to watch. Wouldn't be surprised if this hail threat was right about 1 inch and you just had a ton of it near Clark, moving very fast. So it's going to be a very fast thing. It might be 2 or 3 minutes of hail and it's done. Very narrow looking storm. I mean, this thing will be in and out within a jiffy, moving east at 60 miles an hour, northeast about 64 miles an hour, excuse me. So that's like near interstate speed, highway speed. These things are racing off to the east. There is now a tornado vortex signature near Pickens, just to the east there, indicated by the radar. So that's something we're going to watch. Need meso detection here. So I'm going to do is go back to the level 3 radar here. Level 2, we'll go to the storm relative velocity real quick. And see what's going on there. Yeah, it's really not terribly noticeable on radar here. Don't have a whole lot of inflow, outflow, but if there is a notch, it's probably right over Goodman or just to the north of Goodman. So some tornadic activity down there. There's also some more circulation up here near Durant, and that is moving towards to the northeast at about 53 miles an hour. Tornado warning until 2:45. Hail 1.5 inches, so really large hail out in that area. Brent Williams says tornado threat extended into southern middle Tennessee area. Yeah, we can look at that real quick. The issue with this area is, turn on the national radar. I'm going to show you what's going on up there. There's a lot of rain out here. You see all this rain, and it's cooling the atmosphere in Tennessee. And if we go to what the models are showing later today, look at the composite reflectivity. It's cooling the atmosphere up in that region. But as you can see, as we get towards 4 or 5 p.m., you could get a little bit of clearance around 4 p.m. in the southernmost part of Tennessee. See where there's no precipitation? Could be a little bit of that. Whoops. Okay. So anyway, so that would be where your clearance is, maybe even eastern Tennessee, you get a break in the sun. So that would be where I would be concerned about. And you can see this, look at the response a few hours later. This is around 10 p.m. So the areas where you get clearing in southern and eastern Tennessee, that's where your storms kind of get going. So there's instability up in that area. So if you're in the southernmost part and the easternmost part of Tennessee, that's where your best threat for severe weather is going to be. And you can see when it clears, you do get a surge of instability within that region, but it really has a troubled time moving north of Tennessee or into Tennessee, partly because there's just a ton of rain up there right now, cooling the environment. But again, if you get a clearing and you get sunlight, definitely look out later today. The fronts, there is, okay, so you see the south winds. The south winds are blowing up into Tennessee. But again, it's raining over it. So you do get some and then the main line starting to move through. So it does cool the atmosphere up there a little bit. The main threat is going to be near, along, and ahead, and just to the south of that line. And again, that's going to be within that region right there. Let's see what the SPC's forecasting for that region. So this is a new outlook, and that came out at 11:30 a.m. There's going to be a new one in about an hour. They do have a heightened risk for tornadoes up in Tennessee, so 10% hatched. And you can kind of see it's kind of where that clearing I was talking about occurs. I think it's a little bit too far north, in my opinion, just based on latest trends. Wouldn't be surprised to see this area go to about 5% or so, except maybe for the southern and easternmost parts of Tennessee. There still could be a 10% hatched within that region. Wouldn't be surprised again to see this northern part get a little bit lower in terms of tornadoes. And what does this hatching mean? Essentially means, you see these values, it's a 15%. It means that there's a 15% chance of a tornado within a 25-mile radius from where you're at. So essentially, here's you maybe, and then there's 25 miles around you. It'd be a little bit smaller than that, but that's essentially what that means. And hatching means significant tornadoes, so EF2 plus. So obviously there's a good threat for EF2s or greater. And again, it would be within this region. But like I said, if I were to put my threat based off what I've been looking at, it looks to be, the main threat looks to be kind of within this region right here, really the center of that 15% hatch, or the southern end. We'll have to watch this northern end to see if that rain can clear out in time, but seems a little bit less likely in that northern part at the moment. I'm going to take a quick break in about 5 minutes. What we're going to do is look at these storms one more time, and then I'll come on again around 4 or 5 when these things really start getting going. So really, there's only about 2 warnings out right now. I'll leave the live stream going. You guys can get a conversation going. I'll answer some questions in the comments, so we'll keep up with that. But yeah, it's really just this storm out near Goodman at the moment. Kind of disorganized, but there is a little bit of a notch. Mesoscale indication, moderate mesoscale potential there. The storm reflectivity, or the storm relative velocity, the tightest couplet is actually near Goodman here. So that is a little bit concerning. There's a little tight little couplet there. And then here's the latest update near Salis, and then one near Durant. So there's 2 little areas of circulation. This is the areas where I want to watch for tornado potential. Not seeing any actual reports at the moment, just says radar indicated, but an inch hail in that area. It's kind of weak rotation, but it is tight. Even though it's weak, when you get these things to get really tight like this, all it takes is 3-4 seconds for it to go from weak to really strong with your forces, your physical properties. So I would definitely be looking out for these two areas right here. All it takes is just a quick little switch, and things can ramp up really quick when it comes to tornadic circulation. But at the moment, it looks more like just kind of broad mesoscale circulation. And what does that look like? Well, I'm going to show you real quick. This is an example of a mesocyclone. If you're tuning in earlier, I talked about it. Where you see those reds and greens kind of converge, this is kind of what's going on at the surface. This is not the actual storm. This is a storm, I go storm chasing. This is just kind of an example here. But what this is essentially is this is an updraft. You're getting storms, or you're getting inflow that goes into this updraft. The precipitation comes out and comes under it to the east. And so that's why when you get those storms, they kind of propagate. You get these like hooks and stuff, and the precipitation gets kind of blown off to the east. All this gray area is rain and hail falling. And it was actually hailing in where I was. There was a couple of isolated nickels and stuff falling from the sky. But what also can happen is, so you get your outflow that way. Sometimes you'll get some outflow that comes back and down, and that's your hook echo. So it's a rear flank downdraft, and there's actually also a batch of precipitation falling here. So when you get those jelly bean type looks, this is your rear flank downdraft. This is kind of where it comes back on the backside, and that's where this precipitation is right here. But this is broad scale rotation. Your tornadic rotation would be something more like that, and it would be under that meso, and it would be much tighter. So if you were to go back to this radar, it'd be just a couple of pixels, a few pixels wide, unless it's like a mile long wedge, and maybe it'd be a little bit longer. But that's kind of how that works. Now let me show you another example here. So that's an example of a mesocyclone. We got a couple more here. Let's see. Here's an example of one after dark. This one's pretty crazy. Now, I don't know if you guys can see this. Try this out. So I'm going to zoom in, and yeah, it's really hard to see this, but there is actually a tornado down here right in the center, if you can actually zoom in. And so that'd be a much tighter circulation. If you see a really tight circulation on the radar, it'd be indicating a tornado potentially, and very strong. So you can see that tornado right there, and then the mesocyclone. So there's broad rotation indicated by the radar, and then there would be even tighter rotation within that broad rotation. Sometimes you don't even get a broad scale mesocyclone. Sometimes it's just a straight tornado, wall cloud type of thing. But what this would look like on WSV3, the radar here, is you would get a broad area and then a really tight area with that type of look, with what I just showed. But sometimes you'll just get a tornado that comes out really rapidly out of nowhere. So sometimes I've seen that happen. But you can see that would be near Salis and Durant. Those are where your tightest areas of circulation are occurring. One other thing, for some reason, that wasn't loading there, but let's see. What I'm going to do is go back and show you a weaker area. This is what I suspect might be going on with these storms. You can see that there's a mesocyclone within this look right here. This is a storm I took a while back. But you can see it's not as rotating as much. It doesn't have as much of an arc to it. It's kind of this flat look. But either way, there is an updraft. You can see these clouds right here indicating outflow. There's rain down here. There's wind coming, or there's rain and wind coming out. And when it comes out like that, it creates this plume of clouds. That's how you get your little shelf cloud. You can see it's kind of flat. Either way, there's an updraft here. You can see the plumes up here, and there's precip on this side, but it's got that flat look. So it's essentially wind coming out this way, and then maybe wind going in, but there's this flat look to it. So on a radar, Go back. On an actual radar, you would get just kind of a line or broad, really weak rotation, and that's kind of what maybe this would be looking like. You see these red areas, the inflow just isn't overly strong, but the outflow is a lot stronger, so that could be what's kind of going on. Yeah, guys, other than that, though, there's just one other severe storm. This is out near Grayson, and obviously that really is moving fast at 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour. 1 inch hail, winds are about 60 miles an hour to that thing. Other than that, the main show is going to be near Durant and Salis, I believe. And reflectivity here, look at that real quick. I'm going to take a quick break, grab a bite to eat, do a couple other things, and then we'll jump back on when this stuff starts getting going. The good news is it looks pretty messy for northern parts of Mississippi. You can see how these storms are kind of messy. Now, you might be thinking, well, it looks nasty up here, but the problem is tornadic activity, like tornadoes typically occur when the storms are more isolated and they're out ahead of this main line into that warmer environment. So the main threat with these storms to the north of the frontmost storms, like the Yazoo City one, and these front storms, the ones behind it, also going to be a hail, wind, heavy rain, thunder type of threat. And again, it looks nasty in northern parts of Alabama, but if you go back to the iPad and we'll look at these tops, they're really not that high. The updrafts really aren't that strong. The main updraft is down here near Durant. There's another one near Lafayette and Baton Rouge. That area will have to be watched later in the afternoon. There's a couple more storms developing here. We'll have to watch those. But again, the storms up in Tennessee, northern parts of Mississippi and Alabama, very flat looking appearance. So the updraft just isn't overly strong. So that's good news at the moment. But again, I suspect this will change, especially for central parts of Mississippi and Alabama. So I'm going to wrap that up for now, guys. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in an hour or two, but I'll definitely be checking out the chat and answering some questions that you guys have. So keep commenting in the chat box. Share this with a friend. Try to get a bunch of people on for this next wave that's going to occur in a couple of hours. So share this with a friend. We'll try to get a bunch of people on, get a lot of people weather aware here. But other than that, guys, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back in a little bit. So I'll be playing this radar for you guys. And comment below, do you guys want to see this radar or do you want to see the 3D radar when we go on break here? I'm eventually going to get a scene switcher where we can kind of go back between different scenes, but I still have to plug that in. So comment below, do you want the WSV3 radar here or that 3D radar? Whoops, this one right here, the WSV3 or the 3D radar. Let me know what you guys like better for this type of setup, and I'll leave this on and we'll just animate it. So, all right, guys, so I'll be back in an hour or two when things ramp up, unless something goes absolutely bonkers. Stay safe, and again, I'll be in the chat answering questions. So, see you in a bit, guys. Testing, testing, one, two, three. Can you guys hear me? Comment below if you can hear me. All right. All right, looks like it's working now. So we are back in the weather shack here. Things are really ramping up across the southeast. Also in Oklahoma, there's actually a lot of severe storms out in Oklahoma as well, but we're going to focus on the southeast here. Now, make sure to comment and bring some people on, especially if they live in this area. Share this with your friends. We're going to get this thing going again and rocking here. There are some dangerous storms here in southern Louisiana. I'm going to work kind of south to north, and we're going to start off down here. All right, looks like things are working, so let's get going here. And feel free to comment questions, anything you'd like in the chat. All right, guys, so we had a pretty intense severe storm with a nasty looking hook north of Columbia, and this is in Mississippi. These two storms are dangerous right now. There's actually an observed tornado with this system, and the damage threat is catastrophic. So this is extremely intense. I'm going to look at the velocity here, and we can get a better picture on what the heck's going on here. There's a tornado emergency out for this region. You can see the couplet here really strengthening. Luckily, it does not appear to be near any major cities here at the moment. But you can see that couplet really tightening together. And if we go back a couple frames, yeah, it's really intense a few frames ago right here. You can see that tightly packed couplet. And right now it looks pretty intense as well. It's a little broad, but either way, with this type of look, when you get these wrappings, you get inflow and then you get outflow just like that. All it takes is 3 seconds for it to go from a mesocyclone to a tornado. So very intense in that area. Very want to take shelter for sure. But you can see what I'm talking about. That's where the hook's at. And you can see that tail coming down the storm. There's what's going on here is what's going on here. Let me get my paintbrush going here. There's inflow getting sucked into the storm. That's why you actually see the precipitation kind of bending back like that. So there's a lot of inflow getting sucked into it, and then there's outflow coming out the back side. When you get it to usually come out the front side, but when you get the outflow to come out the back side, typically means there's really strong updrafts, good wind shear, the storm's isolated, and it'll shoot out precipitation on the back side. And what happens is that precipitation flows out, that inflow flows in, you get some circulation. So there's some extremely tightly packed circulation in this region right here. And this is near west of Summerall. Okay, and this is moving east-northeast at 56 miles an hour. So it's moving northeast right now. We're not surprised to see this start to bend a little bit to the east as these giant supercells, tornadic supercells typically do. But we're going to have to definitely watch that. You know, the hail size in this thing is probably insane as well. And we'll check that out. I turn on the level 3 radar, and what we're going to do is check out the VIL up there. This is vertically integrated liquid, and you can see this flashing like crazy. There's a tornado emergency out for this region. This includes Seminary, Collins, Bassfield or Basefield, however you say that, Summerall. And so all of these locations obviously are under the gun right now. Damage, potentially catastrophic. Again, there's been an observed tornado moving northeast at almost highway speeds 56 miles an hour. So just intense up in that region. Feel free to comment and share this with your friends. I'll be answering the questions as best I can here. Someone says, how bad will it get in Charlotte, North Carolina? We'll take a look at that in a few minutes here. I'm going to run the models and we'll look at that. It's mostly going to be a wind threat. There could be some tornadoes up there as well. But the main show right now is going to be Alabama, Mississippi, parts of Louisiana, and actually Oklahoma has been getting more storms as of late. Some mostly just hailers. The tornado threat's going to be off to the south. This area up here in Oklahoma is going to be elevated type events. So that would be hail and wind. All right, so we got the VIL to load. So this is the vertically integrated liquid. This is a good measure of hail. So we're looking at the southernmost part of Mississippi right now, and maybe even parts of Louisiana. These two storms are the most intense at the moment. We're going to work up north in a second, but you can see the vertically integrated liquid. When you get values above 50, really, that indicates some pretty decent hail potential. And you got values dang near 60. Well, I'm going to change something real quick. The audio is having issues here. Hold on a second. All right, guys, I'm back now. Fix some audio. There is something crazy going on down here. Let me turn those tornadoes back on here. There's something pretty crazy and intense going on in southern Louisiana. Right now, just south of Collins and west of Seminary, there was a pretty big, based off this radar, pretty big tornado. Um, you never can be sure, but obviously it's been observed, and pretty big time tornado between I think it's Bassville and Seminary that moved through. There's still some very tight circulation here, and what we're looking at is this area right here. You see that gate to gate kind of couplet. This is where the main mesocyclone is. There's probably a tornado somewhere right in the center of that, and it did look had debris ball, so essentially means that there's debris flying up in the air in that area. So not a good sign. If you go back a couple frames, and guys, comment below if you hear me. I'm going to begin a new microphone soon, so should have these audio issues cleared out by then. Going to be a really nice one, like 400 bucks. One I have right now is just a little clip on, but comment below if you hear me. But big time event evolving here in California, or Mississippi. And you can actually see that there's a tornado emergency, this flashing area right here where it's really going crazy. That is a tornado emergency. 50, 60 mile an hour is going into the storm. So it's not coming out, but it's actually going in. It's probably stronger than that locally. You can see that the hail size is an inch, tornado damage threat catastrophic, and there's been observed tornado in the storm near Seminary, and it's moving east northeast or so at about 51 miles an hour. These storms have had the history moving even faster than that, so this thing is racing at highway speeds to the northeast. What I'm going to do is we're going to turn off this radar, and we're going to kind of keep track of this location. So you can see that the core of the storm is right now sitting off just to the east or west northwest of Seminary. This ball is going to be moving to the northeast, just north of Seminary. And what we're going to do is we're going to kind of look at Google Maps, and we're going to see where exactly this is located. So again, it's the main circulation is right in this region right here, where you see that kind of that notch. There is a cold front, well, a mini cold front that the storm has generated. It's over here. Okay, you can imagine a little cold front. There's outflow coming out, and the upper level winds is blowing the precipitation out this way. So the precipitation gradient's not as strong over here, but the surface flow is. So you're getting stronger flow out here, and that's essentially going to be creating its own warm front into the storm. You can kind of think of it like that. And where these two meets is where your circulation is at. And this is just to the west northwest of Seminary. By now, this was a few minutes ago. By now, it's probably getting close to Willowtown because these things are moving really fast. We're going to see if this is in any. Let's see where this is at on the map here. We're going to turn this off. And so it's going to be tracking through probably this area right here. Evergreen Church Road, Ray Harvey Road, kind of this area in these areas. Luckily, it doesn't look too populated, but there still is populated areas. So obviously you want to take cover. Hey, you never want to see that. So take cover either way. There's, I'm sure there's some people traveling, not a whole lot, but definitely don't want to be trying to outrace these things because they're moving at 60 miles an hour. The lightning activity is also very impressive on these storms. This is the lightning activity, and the brighter colors are going to be more active lightning. So dangerous lightning within these regions of Mississippi, Louisiana, and you're talking several cloud to ground lightning strikes probably per minute. I mean, you're lots of them. So pretty nuts. If you look at this is the 3D radar, and it's freezing up. So we'll go back to the WSV3 while that loads. And You can see that the threat now, like I said, is now north of Seminary. Just took a few minutes, and it was already way off to the east because it's moving so fast. Whoops. The main threat is going to be where that little spinning circulation is, and you can actually see the radar indicating it. It's a mesocyclone signature. It's right here, mesocyclone, strength index 16, that's really high. Low level rotation, 107 knots. So, just off the deck, you're talking about rotation of well over 120 miles an hour within this area. And base height is 3,000 feet. So that's kind of high, but I would suspect it's actually lower than what the radar says. It's probably more closer to 1,500, 1,000. Depth is 28K feet, probably higher than that too. But the main threat right here is just to the southeast of Collins. So looks pretty intense right there. Let's see. Switch to level 3. I'm going to take a look at the correlation coefficient real quick. Yeah, that's pretty concerning there. Definitely some activity going on just north of Seminary. Would not be surprised to see if there's a large tornado or a large rain wrap type of thing setting up in that area. And that is moving east to the east northeast. And again, there has been reports of significant damage according to this tornado emergency or the threat. Spectrum width is another thing we look at, and this is definitely indicative of rotation here. You can see where these colors are highlighted just a bit, where they kind of blip out just a little bit. Potentially some dust and stuff flying around in there, so very dangerous. And this is just to the north of Seminary again, moving east-northeast. Luckily, it's not at the moment going through any heavily populated area, but Laurel, like Ellisville to Laurel, and maybe even Sandersville eventually will be under the gun with this one. Sounds pretty intense looking. Switch back to the base reflectivity. Yeah, that is a very nasty looking storm. I'm going to turn off those tornado warnings so you can kind of see what's going on here. So there's kind of a warm front going into the storm. There's flow going into the storm, then there's a cold front right here. There's flow going out of the storm. Where these two meet, I would actually say it's a little bit farther to the south where that meso is, kind of right in that area. That's where your rotation's at. That is a very nasty looking storm. There's probably some serious hail within that little blip right there. There's probably some very serious hail out here as well. This is the forward flank. This is the rear flank. Those two areas are going to have some pretty significant hail. Would not be surprised to see golf balls or baseballs flying within this type of storm. And we can actually examine the hail size here. I'm going to turn on the vertically integrated liquid. So this is going to show you the hail size. Actually, yeah, the main hail threat's going to be off to the east. I think we just got a new frame, and that would be why, because these things are moving so fast. It is hard to keep track of these things. This is between Laurel and Sandersville already. So right along the I-59 corridor, you're going to be getting some pretty big-time hail. Feel free to ask questions in the comments. I'll be answering them throughout the stream here. And the other storm we got to look for is this one to the southeast. And turning these tornado warnings back on, really the only two areas are the southern part of Mississippi and the central part of Alabama, kind of like what I was forecasting earlier. I thought the threat farther north was kind of overdone because of the precipitation that's gone through that area earlier, and that the threat would shift south a bit, and it certainly has with some very strong supercells down here. We're going to go over the forecast in a second. But yeah, this is pretty intense, and we got a new frame coming here. Someone said Chattanooga. Luckily, the tornado threat. Look at that in a second. Trying to get this radar to load. Yeah, there's your hook echo. You can see that kind of that tail coming out. Luckily, this area it's flatter looking, so it doesn't curl as much. The storm to the north is curling quite a bit. That's a classic tornado signature. This one certainly has some rotation, but it's a little bit flatter looking. So probably a wind and hail threat, but nonetheless, still tornado potential for sure. And obviously, there's been an observed tornado with this thing. Storm relative velocity will give us a pretty good idea here, and you can see that. Obviously, that is a very significant looking couplet. Both of these do. This one's the most impressive. This is probably a very strong tornado starting to really continuing or either cycling down here near just east of Collins. But this area is definitely something we want to watch as well, south of Monticello, going towards Basefield, which just got impacted. But I think this is going to go just off to the north, but it'll be very close. This thing behind it is actually taking almost the same track. And these things tend to sometimes bend to the east. And it would not surprise me to see this thing right here take almost the exact same track. And the area of tornado, the areas that get tornadoes sometimes will get less precipitation. Sometimes it's usually a little bit warmer on the southern side because you got all that moisture coming in. So as long as you're kind of on the southern end of these things, you might keep getting rocked with storms. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water real quick, but I'll play this loop. This is looking pretty significant here. And then what we're going to do is look at the forecast throughout the rest of the night. All right, guys, back in the weather shack here. Definitely need some water every once in a while here, but yeah, this is kind of the general setup. If you're just tuning in now, mostly a hail threat out here in Oklahoma, hail threat for Louisiana. The main tornado threat, like I said earlier in the stream and in yesterday's forecast, going to be through central Mississippi and Alabama throughout the day, and then overnight you're going to get a nice line out here in the Carolinas and Georgia with some embedded tornado potential. But these pink areas right now are the tornado warnings that we're looking at. And we're dealing with some pretty intense activity here as we head towards southern parts of Mississippi. One area we haven't looked at is the Birmingham area, which has a tornadic storm near Jasper and Birmingham. that area obviously has had a lot of experience, pretty crazy tornadoes. But we're going to switch to that view, KGWX, I believe, and we'll switch to that view and see what's going on up there. Now, luckily, these things are moving to the east-northeast, so should be northeast of Birmingham, but obviously that's not good for anyone else along this area, especially the 65 corridor and Jasper and stuff like that. So this area up here, not as impressive as the storms down to the southeast. It looks more like a all outflow or inflow dominant, and then outflow dominant to the south. It's a lot broader. The circulation's a lot broader. It's more of a line. So when you get these lines, it's mostly just rear outflow and then kind of a broad inflow. Circulation is going to be right in that area. So definitely something we want to watch. Either way, tornadic activity can happen, especially with these types of events where you have these quasi-linear ordeals. These tornadoes can occur really quickly. So definitely not downplaying this at all. Okay, so check out the spectrum width again with this one. This is radar indicated. It's moving to the northeast at 47 miles an hour. Radar indicated, so that's a good news that it's not, observed. But like I said, if you're going to get a tornado, it's going to be the northwest side near Barry of this little warning. And now we got a new frame, so now it's to the east of Barry. I mean, you can just see how fast these things are moving. Just within a few minutes, these things are racing off to the east. And we'll look at the reflectivity, see kind of how this is looking. Oh yeah, that's way off to the east now. And it is harder to get tornadoes when you have all of this activity out ahead of it. You can see this activity near, Vance, Bessemer, Birmingham. This activity is really cooling off the environment. Typically, you want warm, moist air, and for there not to be too many storms out ahead of it. Sometimes you'll have a little storm that gets sucked into it and then it recycles, but this is just a whole lot of activity. So it's actually good news. It's hampering the tornado threat just a bit. That inflow is a lot cooler, but nonetheless, with this type of shear and environment, it's a concern no matter what. When you're in this type of environment, sometimes you can get rain-wrapped brief spin-ups that can kind of come out of nowhere. And again, this is going to be putting this area under the gun. Tornado or not, this is very high DBZ values, so this is precipitation falling, and that probably is going to be some pretty good hail. We'll take a look at that real quick. But first, we're going to look at the echo tops. This is how high the storms are getting. And so I'm going to go to level 3 to get a better view of that. Now here's your echo tops. And your echo tops are, you're talking storm towers of 50K feet high in the air. So very, very impressive in that area. And when you get really strong updrafts like that, that's indicative of really large hail because you got so much air going upwards. It keeps the hail up in the air, keeps it cycling around up and it goes higher too. So you're talking like really, really cold way up high in the atmosphere. We can look at 3D radar here, and you can kind of see how high these things are getting as well on here. And yeah, there's that storm off to the northeast towards Birmingham. We'll switch to their radar to get a better view of this thing. And you can see how high that thing's getting. I mean, it's like a spike up in the air, kind of viewed from all angles. But right in the core of that pink, and that is near Tuscaloosa, just north of Tuscaloosa into northwest of Birmingham, there's probably some baseball. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple inch hail in there or a very large volume of small hail within that region. But you'll notice just to the north, these heights or the echo tops really decrease quite a bit. And there's a new frame. So it looks even more impressive or more widespread. And you can see that they're a lot smaller up here. So that's actually good news for the people off to the north in Tennessee and the northern parts of Mississippi, the updrafts just aren't as strong up there. It's more of a broad area of precipitation. But the storms to the south, that's where all the low-level flow, the Gulf of, all the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, these storms are hogging most of that up. Now, to the storms to the south, you're talking like Jackson. Okay, here's your hooks. So you can see that hook right there. You see how that little bends in just a little bit near Laurel, just to northwest of Laurel. That's where your tornadic activity is going to be. It's going to be right in that notch or just into that RFD. Sometimes it'll kind of get wrapped into the RFD, and that's probably where the tornado is occurring. And then there's another one just to the south, not quite as impressive, but still pretty strong. And then we got another storm to the north, but you can see these updrafts are very high as well. Very large hail, and you can see kind of where the precipitation falls. It falls kind of in the hook and then just to the northwest of the hook as well. So that's kind of a 3D view of what's going on here. And we'll switch back to the radar. So very high echo tops. Now we're going to look at the hail potential with these things. Wild size hail is occurring. I mean, you're talking, look at that. It's maxed out. This is the VIL, vertically integrated liquid. Really anything over 30, 40, 50 is potentially some hail in it. It's, not certain, but this is definitely something we use. And you're talking almost 80 kilograms per meter squared in this area. So this is actually moving towards to the northeast at like 50 miles an hour. So Warrior, Gardendale, Parrish, Jasper areas. The main hail threat's moving off towards Gardenville, and it'll probably be there any second, just near and north of Birmingham along the interstate. This thing is racing off to the east. And like I said, there's probably some massive hail or lots of small hail, just a large amount. Radar's actually indicating, and there's a new update, got even more impressive. Radar's actually indicating hail of around 0.75 inches or less. And so is a severe warning, but I would suspect extremely heavy rain and for sure some hail. And if it's small hail, it's a lot of it. So it's going to accumulate like crazy on the road. Sometimes in like Colorado area, you'll get like 3 feet of hail that falls, 3 inches or something. And it's just a lot of it. But these storms are moving really fast, so it's probably not going to accumulate too much. We're going to go back to our storms to the south because these were very impressive in terms of signatures. Let's see. So the KDGX radar. So we got a storm north of Laurel that I was just talking about on that 3D radar. Had a very classic hook. The VIL isn't quite as high in these. And you notice that the updraft wasn't as extreme with these. But with tornadoes, the wind shear is really what's driving a lot of this. When you get really low-level wind shear and when you get storms isolated by themselves, still very high values, that wind shear is really going to be driving these things. So we're looking at our base reflectivity down here for Laurel and Sandersville. So Sandersville is really under the gun right now. Here's your two storms. Just based off the look of this, the storm to the southeast, I've chased a lot of storms that kind of have this look to them. It's probably a decent tornado threat in there, but it's good that you're seeing this bow coming out. Well, it's obviously bad in a fact that there's damaging winds, but sometimes that can kind of cut off the tornado just a bit. It can undercut the circulation just a bit. So that one doesn't look quite as impressive, but it does still look very impressive. Just not as much compared to the one to the northeast. If you look at the one to the northeast, and we just got a new frame here, almost looks like that storm could be bowing out just a bit. So very strong winds here with this one towards Collins. You're talking winds. Tornado threat is still very high. Tornado observed moving east-northeast, probably northeast at 52 miles an hour. This is the main show right here near Sandersville and Heidelberg. Hail threat is about an inch. Tornado has been observed. Tornado damage is catastrophic, moving east-northeast at 54 miles an hour. And you never want to see this little blip like you see right here. Could be indicative of a rain-wrapped tornado that gets sucked in, especially when you you get this type of look right in the hook, potentially a debris ball. We'll have to, you're talking low level rotation, about 80 miles an hour or so. Mesocyclone strength really high, and hail detection about an inch to about 1.25 inches. So pretty crazy. So what we're going to look at is the storm relative velocity here. And you see that tightly cupped or tightly packed couplet. This is near Soso and moving east northeast towards Sandersville. This is where your potential tornado is going to be. It's going to be right in that little couplet right there. And then obviously there's another one to the southeast. This looks a little more broad, but it definitely looks tornadic for sure. And that's going to move towards Prentice and Bassfield or Bassfield, just to the north of there, any second now. But this one's a little more tightly packed, and that's more indicative of a tornado. If you're watching my stream earlier, I'm going to show you kind of what I mean by the circulation here. We're going to go back real quick, and I'll show you this. So this is a mesocyclone. It's a broad area of rotation. And so when you get that really broad area rotation on radar, what it's actually picking up is this mesocyclone. It's kind of a rotating updraft. So, you get flow that comes in from the southeast, it goes up to the storm, and then the jet stream pushes the precipitation away from the updraft and it comes out over here. But sometimes when the updrafts are really strong, you get precipitation that goes over there, and some precipitation defies the jet stream and comes back down, and you'll get precipitation under the storm. And that's how you kind of get those hooks to form. You'll get those little balls. That's essentially what this thing is right here, a ball. Now, again, this isn't currently, this is a storm that I took a while back. This is mostly for demonstration purposes, but the radar is picking up that broad rotation. But when you get those pixels to come really close together, that is picking up typically a tornado somewhere kind of in that ball. And that's what we're seeing on the radar right here near Soso. Probably going to be a tornado somewhere in that region. There's the loop. I mean, this thing has been going for quite a while. Here's your circulation, went through Bass Field near Collins, and now just to the northwest of Laurel. And look what's going on near Bassfield again. There's another storm just to the southeast, and that's also moving right over in the same area. So very concerning. And they got the environment to the south of here. There's just a warm, moist, loaded gun atmosphere. So as long as the storms are on the southern end and you're in that kind of that frontal zone, you're going to keep getting these storms to fire right in your location. This is moving towards Sandersville and Heidelberg. When these tornadoes really get going, sometimes they'll start to move to the east. So Sandersville is really under the gun right now for this type of event. And guys, feel free to comment and be answering some questions occasionally. There's a lot going on right now, but feel free to comment and ask some questions. Yeah, spectrum width is enhanced within this region. Yeah, that's definitely concerning looking near Soso, the correlation coefficient here. And you can kind of see how it's cycled just a bit. Kind of near Collins, and now it's picking back up near Laurel, just northwest of Laurel. So really concerning within this area near Soso and Sandersville, within those regions. Whoops. All right, there we go. So this is what I was looking at, the correlation coefficient. If you go back a few frames, you can see it was concerning near Collins and Seminary that we were talking about earlier. Then it kind of cycled, and now it's picking back up. And this is moving east-northeast towards Sanderville, moving northeast, but I would not be surprised to see this kind of bend to the east a bit. That's going to put areas near Sandersville and Heidelberg under the gun. And here's your tornado warning. and it is issued until 5:30 p.m. So a half hour from now. It was issued about a half hour ago. Hail size 1 inch. Damage threat is catastrophic, and there has been a tornado observed with this particular system. And so this is the storm we're looking at. You can see all that lightning activity in there. This is the total lightning. So pretty crazy. We'll turn on a radar. And so I'm going to do is zoom in and kind of see where this is going in terms of the geography. This is near Soso, obviously, right now. This radar is a few minutes old, so it's probably a little bit farther to the northwest. It's probably just north of Laurel, and it's going between Sandersville and Heidelberg. So it's going in this, probably right along 59 here, within this region right here. So a few buildings that are going to need to be watched out for within this region. This is kind of where that thing's tracking. Williams Gas Pipeline Transco, really under the gun at the moment with this type of system. It's exactly where this thing's going. It's going right in that region. The model, this is a model that actually predicts how strong these storms are going to be in advance. And we can turn that on. It's called Prob Severe. We'll wait for that to load. But yeah, guys, that is pretty scary looking down here towards, and you can see how there's an overlap of tornado warning. So this storm down to the southeast is overlapping the same exact area. So we could be dealing with a couple of tornadoes that will be tracking through this region right here. And that's obviously in southern Mississippi. There are going to be several reports within this region, a couple of strong ones. This is the correlation coefficient. And these are tornado emergencies. So this is just a tornado warning. So, well, there is a tornado emergency for this one. So both of these tornado emergencies, catastrophic potential damage, and obviously your tornado threat is going to be right in that ball right there. Pretty crazy. Turn that off real quick, and you can see that notch, really scary looking notch here. This little nudge right here is caused by a serious surge in inflow into these storms. It comes up from the Gulf, you get the right dynamics, you get a little front going, and these storms start generating their own suction, okay, kind of just based off their dynamics, their own little perturbation. And that's exactly where that inflow is going into. And then you got outflow right here. So sometimes you'll get tornadoes to form kind of within this region. They'll get wrapped in and around. And that's kind of probably where your debris balls will be. And it's potentially what's happening right now. So got a pretty significant tornado threat right here, just northeast of Soso and going towards Heidelberg. I mean, it's almost head on towards Heidelberg. But I mean, this is a classic looking supercell here. The one to the south is also tornado warned. And I haven't turned on the warnings yet, but would not surprise me if this storm out to the east, this is definitely going to have to be watched too, or to the west, near south of Brookhaven. But these two storms are the current threat. The storm down here is a little more flat looking, but there are some little notches in it. If we turn on the base velocity, or we'll do storm relative velocity. Yikes. Yeah, that's really tightly packed and heavy there. Yeah, you can see what I'm talking about right here. We're gonna go a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. You can kind of see how it bends just a bit. See how it goes off to the northeast just a bit as you go higher in the atmosphere. The updrafts are getting bent. They're essentially getting tilted off to the northwest because the jet's blowing them. So it's measuring rotation up into the storm. So that's a indicative of really strong wind shear. You can see your vortex signature on the radar is all the way out here. It's actually going to be over here where you see this couplet. Very tightly impressive couplet north of Bassfield. So just north of that previous storm that moved through. This is going right towards Collins. So we're talking maybe 20, 50 miles, if that, farther north. And then obviously your other storm down here, it's a little bit less significant than it was a few minutes ago. Almost looks like it's maybe cycling or dying out. But the storm is in an environment where it could rapidly recycle. All it takes is like 10 minutes and you can get a new tornado to form. Yeah, there is a very tightly packed couplet still within that area. This is base velocity. You can see very impressive couplet just to the east of Prentice. This is moving towards Collins. And if we're going to do some probing here, it's 107 miles incoming, 29 miles an hour outcoming. So it's almost for sure a tornado within this region. You got some extreme inflow going into this thing. It's 107 miles an hour going into the storm, not out. And then obviously 40 or so knots going out. With for sure, if it was a tornado, you'd see even stronger reds, so coming out. But either way, there's some very strong inflow getting sucked in. So you'd see the storm coming towards you, but the wind would be going into it. So kind of a spooky scene for sure. And then you can see this one's a little more balanced and it's very tightly packed. So pretty spooky looking there. Storm relative velocity, you can definitely see 80 in and maybe 70 in some areas, 66, 70 out, going towards Heidelberg. Pretty crazy. Let's see, what I'm going to do is look at the vertically integrated liquid, and I'm going to check out the hail threat here. Again, guys, comment below if you have any questions. I'm going to start answering these kind of while these things load. Yeah, that storm east of Prentice is really looking impressive on radar in terms of the velocity, and you can definitely see that happening. I'm going to turn on those tornado warnings. I think those are the only two areas. Obviously, there's one north of Birmingham. We'll go ahead and play this real quick. The threat up here really isn't quite as strong. But yeah, you can see some embedded rotation here. This is where your storms are north of Birmingham. It's quite a mess up here. You typically don't get strong tornadoes because all of this precipitation is kind of impacting the tornado circulations, all this precipitation falling. It's kind of cold, but you can definitely see there's a little rotation within this complex here. You can kind of see it spinning just a bit near Jasper. Watch what happens here. So you fast forward and you can kind of see that rotation spinning. It's kind of a meso low type of deal here. Let me show you what's going on. You get kind of an inflow, a general broad area of inflow, and then kind of circulation wrapping around behind it. There is a little bit of a broad area of potential rotation in here, and you can get some spin ups sometimes with this type of look. Typically quicker and weaker, but nonetheless, with this type of environment, you always have to be prepared for anything. Got a new tornado warning up here south of Columbus towards Crawford. Take a look at that real quick. Like I said, guys, typically the southernmost storms are going to be the most prolific tornado producers. That's farther south into deeper into Mississippi and Louisiana. Louisiana is really not doing too bad right now. There's a couple severe storms, but we'll look at the storm near Macon and Crawford and see what's going on here. And guys, feel free to share this with your friends. Let us know where you're from, and we can cover some of these areas. Rotation isn't quite as impressive here, but definitely a tornado potential. A little bit of a notch there, as you can kind of see, but not quite as crazy up there. The main threat is definitely going to be down here. So we'll be focusing in on this area unless something crazy changes. Here they are. Now, this is interesting because it might be getting some cycling here. Almost see a double, some type of inflow jet here. Yeah, it's really interesting because you're getting this little area of outflow behind it, but you're getting this thing to really re-strengthen here near Collins. That's almost, I mean, based off the look of that, very high likelihood of a tornado kind of near Collins. And obviously, this is the most populated area. This is going to be moving, might just actually just move to the northeast. I mean, we're talking really close here with this storm. Yeah, really, really close. I'm going to turn on the tracks and we're going to see if these are tracking, kind of where they're tracking. It does take a few minutes for that to load, so we'll be so this is the main one, but you'll look at the track here. This is the radar tracks. The tornado is going to be a little bit south of that, so you can see it's moving almost due northeast, maybe with a slight east bias. Again, it's probably just going to pass just to the north of Collins, but man, is it going to be close, and it's going to get really windy for a very brief period of time near Collins. Storm to the northeast of Heidelberg also looks pretty scary, and again, that's going to pass just to the northeast of Heidelberg. What I'm going to do is we're going to look at these, kind of look at the how close this is going to get. So, probability of severe weather 85%. I'm going to reduce the transparency real quick of this thing. We'll zoom on in. Luckily, there isn't a whole lot of population north of Collins, but this is going to pass really close. It's probably going to pass right over this 84-49 junction ordeal. I mean, it's going to be, that rotation looks to be passing somewhere within this area, and it's probably happening any second now because these storms are moving east-northeast at like 50, 60 miles an hour. But nonetheless, if you're in that city, obviously you want to take shelter. And this is going to be really, really close for that area. And then that storm to the north near Sanders, You can see where that hook is. It's pretty obvious. That's where your inflow is getting sucked in. You got outflow coming out here. Your tornado, again, often going to develop kind of within that zone. Sometimes they'll get rain wrapped, kind of get pulled around here, and you'll sometimes get a debris ball. Probably where that circulation is somewhere right in there. And yeah, that's moving right towards Heidelberg. So I'm going to do is see how big that city is, how widespread it is. Yeah, that does not look good. You've got population going up that Maple Ave Street quite a bit, all the way down here, and that look to be tracking somewhere, kind of generally speaking, in that area right there. Either way, obviously you want to be in shelter, but that'll be concerning within this area right here near Heidelberg. Lots of interesting things there, so it's obviously not a good sign. How about the lightning for these things? These things have some pretty intense lightning, and this is the flash density. When you get a sharp uptick, sometimes that means there's going to be a stronger chance for tornadoes, but these things have been flashing like bonkers in some areas. So, very powerful lightning threat. We'll zoom out and kind of show you what it looks like all across the United States. Some pretty good lightning threat out here in Oklahoma, so some very intense clouded ground lightning, even some up here in Iowa. Sometimes with these low pressure systems, you'll get this cold area of storms all way off to the northeast. Probably not a whole lot of severe weather, maybe an isolated severe storm or two up there. Main threat obviously going to be within this region right here with tons of lightning. And when you get these supercells, you often get cloud to ground lightning, so the dangerous types of lightning. Further off to the north, where that it's more broad, you'll get more of a kind of cloud to cloud type of lightning. So you get those things that kind of zip across the sky. When you get those NCSs, sometimes we get cloudy ground lightning, positive strikes, but the main threat for lightning going to be right in Mississippi and Alabama right now. I'm going to show you the forecast eventually, but there's so much activity going on that I got to stay focused in on this. Boy, it sure looked like that latest frame shot way up. That hook did. Going to take a couple seconds to load here. I'm going to answer some questions. Someone says, how will just northeast of Atlanta be? Yeah, they're definitely under the gun, and it's going to be more after dark into Monday morning. The main line is still propagating to the east, but Atlanta's going to be mostly a wind threat. There'll be a couple of embedded tornadoes potentially in that area, so something I want to watch. We'll look at that in a second. All right, there's our radar, and yeah, this is really spooky looking. Based off this type of look, probably some very nasty hail moving through this area and also very strong winds. But you got that, look at how far north that inflow notch is building. So there's gonna be a lot of inflow getting sucked into this thing. It's kind of bending the storm out. Then you got all of this outflow coming out. There's probably some very tight circulation in there. Same thing's going on over here. But this storm has really gained ground. Sometimes when you get these lead storms and they get a little bit farther north, they sometimes do weaken, then you get stronger ones on the backside, probably closer to the strongest dynamics. But either way, this looks very, very scary looking. I'm going to zoom in here. This is just to the north of Collins. I have just passed to the north, like I said, but I'm going to turn on the velocity. Rotation's a little bit broader. So with a tornado, you typically look at maybe tighter circulation. But yeah, the circulation is going to be just to the west or northwest of Collins. mesocyclone strength about a 10. Now, the thing with these radars is those are radar generated, so that's not actually a report. So sometimes they can be kind of finicky. They're not always accurate, but they're more of a tool than a exact picture. But yeah, like I said, I suspect this would be just to the north of Collins. But either way, there was some population to the north of Collins, so still pretty concerning. The area near Heidelberg, see a very little tightly packed little notch right there, and that's where your circulation is going to be. Yeah, that's definitely not good looking. See how these tightly packed they are. You get a red pixel, 85 miles an hour outgoing, then you go right, I mean, just a few hundred yards and it's 50 miles incoming. So it's a just in a small little area, a couple football fields, you're talking 85 miles an hour going one way, 48 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour going the other way. Very, very tightly packed ordeal there. Could be a tornado within that region. And we'll look at the correlation coefficient. Yeah, guys, so that's definitely concerning, but that area near Collins is also concerning as well. So yeah, probably some dust and stuff getting flown around in those areas for sure. Turn on the hybrid hydrometer classification real quick. Definitely some hail falling in those areas. Yeah, but guys, this is a pretty nasty looking couple of storms here in the southern part of Alabama or Mississippi. And you can see they're just long tracks. So we're talking, these things have been moving on for quite a while. They kind of started near Macomb. They've moved to the northeast. So south central Mississippi, now up into the east, southeast central part of the state. And you can see all those tracks kind of move along it. So there's these long streaks kind of going across these areas. This is probably going to be the main show for much of the night. You're going to get, based off what the models had earlier, they had them a little bit further north, but I thought that I said there's a lot of too much precipitation off to the north that I thought the show would set up a little bit further to the south, and you might get these things to track all the way across Alabama. Now they're going to cycle a bit, but I definitely forecasting this area, this line right here, to be the main show, and we'll kind of draw this out. So the highest threat for storms today are going to probably be within this region right here, maybe a little bit off to the south, but kind of that region right there is where the main show is going to set up. But if you're within this region, still going to be significant storms and a pretty high tornado potential still within that region. You see another line developing behind it. Usually with our second lines, the first line kind of cools out the atmosphere, and so your tornado threat's a lot lower, but you still can get elevated storms and hail potential on the backside. You can still get severe hails for sure on the backside, so we could see some more storms develop. I said earlier that there could be a tail end Charlie, and what in the world is that? Well, it's usually the southernmost storm, and the southernmost storm is often isolated. It's probably going to occur somewhere around here. You're going to get a storm that kind of really gets going and starts dominating. And this region right here, there's at least a elevated chance for a tail end Charlie, which would indicate a higher than normal chance for tornadoes, and that will kind of move off along and just to the north of the Gulf of Mexico. So definitely watching that region area or that area later tonight. But right now, it doesn't. There's no tornado warning, so that's good news. Check out that storm near Birmingham. Just not overly impressive, but definitely a tornado warning. I mean, obviously these are dangerous, but the tornado threat, I would suspect with a storm like that would be a little bit lower. We can change our radar. KG, I think it is. Oh, wow. So just to the north of Birmingham, there's definitely a little bit of rotation there. There's a tornado warning for this region, and right now, as radar indicated, it's moving to the northeast at 44 miles an hour, and you got the hail size, quarter inch or so. The hail's not terribly strong according to radar, but man, that looked pretty spooky. And the couplet's a little more disorganized with the system, but there is a couplet here within this region. Some weak rotation, moderate rotation. That's moving towards Warrior and Morris. And again, this radar was taken just a few minutes ago. It's probably almost over that area at the moment, just with how fast these things are moving. And kind of check out the base velocity here. Yeah, so it's going to be close to Warrior already. Luckily, that doesn't appear to be quite as strong. You know, you got 4 miles an hour of that inflow, but pretty strong winds behind this thing. Look at that, 80 miles an hour coming out. It's going to get really windy. You're going to get rocked between Morris and Gardendale along 65, I-65. Probably going to be some 60 to 80 mile an hour winds within the ahead of this thing. And if you look at the actual radar, you can see that main storm line moving through that area, bringing blinding rain and really, really strong winds in that region. Tornado warning still to the east of Columbus. And then the main show is going to be down here. I'm going to keep it down here for a while because this is where the main threat's going to be. We got a new radar frame for both of these storms. Still look tornadic, still have that hook echo type of appearance. Those echo tops are way up high. And these flashing areas, these are tornado emergencies. So very uh, bad indication. And then it's going to mean there's probably been some significant tornadoes that have moved through here, obviously, or have been. But you never want to see that when it's got that tornado emergency ordeal going on. These are moving due northeast, 52 miles an hour with that storm, and 53 miles an hour to the storm to the north. But you'll see this area right here in the middle. This is an overlapping area. So this area has probably been under a couple of tornado warnings throughout the afternoon. Heidelberg under the gun again when this storm moves to the northeast. And nothing about this environment has suggested that this won't weaken. We've got really strong wind shear, really strong low-level jet that's going to be strengthening throughout the night. We're in peak heating right now, or kind of on that bell curve on the top of it, maybe starting to weaken a little bit, but the environment is very supportive of tornadoes, so you could see this thing track for hours, potentially. There's your rotation. The storm to the north probably is cycling right now. The storm to the south, you can see that whipping rotation near southwest of Taylorsville. But don't discount the storm to the north, even though it doesn't look as impressive. This will probably re-strengthen unless it merges with the storms way off to the north. But I still think that's going to re-strengthen. It's going to come back pretty strong here any minute. Seth Schneider says, any video. Yeah, I'm definitely working on getting videos again for this channel. I mean, I'll live stream some things when I go out chasing. What I'm thinking about doing is actually chasing live and then doing some of these updates. You usually won't chase in the southeastern United States, but perhaps the Tornado Alley. Just kind of depends how these next few months evolve with the pandemic thing and all that. But nonetheless, I do plan on chasing and live streaming the tornadoes and then also live streaming the data. And so that's going to be pretty sweet. But I'm also working with some people to potentially get some live streams on the channel. We'll have little videos going on in the corner here that you'll be able to watch as we track these storms. So let me know if you're interested in that. And also email me at weatherdecoded@gmail.com if you want to live stream and we can connect things up. And if you're a chaser or heck, if you just live anywhere and you want to live stream off your deck, let me know. Weatherdecoded@gmail.com. And we could definitely get a network set up and we can kind of see what weather's going on all across the country to make these a lot more interactive. We also got a lot more things planned, so stay tuned for that. So this is mostly a test run again, but yeah, just let me know. Yeah, Len says flash flood warnings continue. There's going to be a lot of flooding because these storms are training. You know, when you get a warm front to set up, and this is a very impressive warm front for this region, you know, you get your warm fronts to kind of set up, and storms will just keep riding along it as long as there's southeast winds blowing through. But once that main line comes behind, that cold front and those outflow boundaries really surge in, once that happens, then the threat will significantly diminish. But when you get storms to develop ahead of the main line behind it, you're going to get just tons of rain. That includes Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee, especially. This is pretty messy, pretty darn messy, so get rid of that. So yeah, guys, I'm going to show you what the next few hours could look like. We're going to go over the old HRR model here. I'm going to take a quick break while that storm recycles and look at the HRR. Again, guys, share this with a friend. Comment, let me know your questions, and feel free to subscribe. So we're going to be doing more of these live streams. Also, I'm getting back into the forecasting. We're going to do some daily forecasting. And we're developing our own models as well. So stay tuned for that. Over the next couple of weeks, we're going to have our own models for this channel that are going to be much more presentation friendly. So they're going to be like full screen, bigger graphics, a lot easier to use, and eventually, potentially a website that you guys can check out as well. So stay tuned for that as well. So now that this is loaded, this is we're around 5:30 now. So this is around right now. We're going to get back to 22Z. And this is the dew points. You can see this front out here surging in. You see these northwest winds up here and this kind of this funky looking pressure area. This is where storms are developing, and there's a lot of misdirection in the wind speed. So there's south in some areas and north in some of the other areas, usually indicative of an outflow boundary kind of sagging in that area where storms are kind of blowing cooler air in. So anywhere northwest of this area, I would suspect the tornado threat, I'm forecasting the tornado threat to significantly diminish. But where you see these constant southerly streams of air and you get these 60 dews, be with this region right here, maybe even the northern parts up there of Alabama, that's where your best tornado threat's going to occur. And your best threat is going to kind of be within that area right there. But you can see that moisture. There's just a continual flux of moisture. So that's going to continue to build into that area. As we head towards 10 p.m. and now about 1 a.m., you can see this front really starts to get going. The storms are going to generate more outflow in this area, and it's really going to start increasing in coverage. You're going to get a big line of storms, but you still have these southerly winds and you still have a lot of moisture out ahead of it. So I think you're going to see some embedded tornadoes after dark in Alabama, Georgia, and potentially even out to the Carolinas. Not quite as strong of a threat, but still pretty nasty. Now, when you get this type of look, this is early tomorrow morning. We could have some morning tornadoes out in the Carolinas. There's actually a kind of a bend back of southeast winds. So they kind of back in South Carolina. That is a pretty scary looking look. But when you get the sharp forcing like that, it's probably more of a line. But When you get southeast winds out ahead of that and you get all that low level jet and that wind shear, you could get some embedded notches within the line. So you can, and here's a normal squall line. So it's straight. What I think is going to happen out in South Carolina, it's going to be this wavy type of line, maybe a loop pattern. And where you get those little notches, that's where your tornadoes are going to occur. And so you could get something like that. You could get a quasi-linear type of event out in that region. Very, even though they're farther east, still got to watch that area. Look at our future radar here real quick. This is around right now, and this looks pretty accurate. You can see the model. This is what the model had 1 hour in advance, and you can see it's got that area down pretty well in the southern part of Mississippi, and then that complex off to the north. Still in Tennessee, there are going to be some pretty strong storms, but mostly embedded rain, hail, lightning, a lot of that cloud to cloud stuff, and some gusty conditions as long as these storms are within that region. As we head towards 10 p.m., this is 7 p.m., so we'll stop at 7. You can see more storms develop. So we'll go back a few frames. There's the storms right there. And then farther south, whoops, there could be a couple more storms that blow up. You had all that moisture just kind of sitting down there, and we could get another wave of storms. So there could be more tornado warnings in the southern parts of Mississippi and Alabama. And obviously, as these main storms that we're tracking now move to the northeast, that would put the northern parts of Alabama under the gun. You'll see storms back here, but usually when storms are behind the main line, these are going to be elevated and mostly hailers. There's less moisture out there. When you get stronger amounts of moisture, the storm bases will typically lower. You'll get evaporation that occurs a lot faster. We get lower clouds, lower dynamics that can enhance the tornado threat. As we head towards 10 p.m., this main complex moves through Alabama. As we head towards 1 a.m., you can see it's now into parts of Georgia and the eastern parts of Alabama, down into even parts of Florida here. But you can see these breaks, these little breaks in here, quasi-linear types of events kind of look like this. So you got this line, but then you got supercells along it. So that would indicate tornado potential still elevated within this region. As this moves to the east, you can see it weakens quite a bit, but there's still going to be strong winds, isolated areas of hail, and potentially some isolated tornadoes. You can see it's a little more soft looking. And then it moves into the Carolinas. We could see redevelopment tomorrow morning in the Carolinas. Would not be surprised to see some morning or lunchtime tornadoes near the coast within that region. For sure, some wind and hail. You can see this tail extends all the way out into the Gulf, but good news is tomorrow that should clear up, cooler, drier air coming in to the southeast. And then obviously, if we look at the significant tornado parameter for the rest of the night, this is going to measure the tornado potential. See, right now it's a 4, 5, 6 in the southernmost part of the state of Mississippi into Louisiana, Alabama. The model is actually forecasting this to increase. So this is around 8 p.m. and it goes bonkers. And this has actually been trending upwards. The threat now for tornadoes has been trending upwards on the models for the central and southern parts of Alabama. And the reason for this, I believe, is going to be the low level jet. So very, very strong tornado activity potentially, just near and after dark in Alabama. This moves to the east. The capping starts to kind of redevelop. And you can see it weakens. But again, tomorrow morning, it could blow up again in the Carolinas. So you could see some redevelopment, especially as you get a strong surge in southerly flow at the surface and just off the deck. The low-level jet really going to be cranking within this area, and definitely say there's going to be at least a slight to a moderate risk for tornadoes and potentially a couple strong ones in the Carolinas tomorrow morning. Updraft helicity. So this is kind of measuring the spin in these storms. See, most of that activity is central and northern parts of Mississippi and Louisiana, mostly the central part. And then that low-level jet that I was talking about, this is absolutely insane. This is winds just off the surface. It's around 10 p.m. You can see it strengthens in Alabama, 70, 80 knots, which is just insane. And then obviously as we get towards South Carolina, it continues, North Carolina. So this low-level jet, what's essentially going on is this is just off the deck. It is transporting serious moisture up into this region in the southeastern United States from southwest to northeast. The wind's at the surface out of the south southeast, and you get that kind of that cross, which indicates directional shear. It really indicates that there is not just moisture, but wind shear and spin in these storms. So we'll look at the storms again real quick. Clear out this paintbrush. And here's your two main storms. You've got three main areas. You got one near Birmingham, which, based off what I looked at earlier, wasn't as impressive, but still a tornado warning. These two storms to the south are the most scary looking, especially this one near Taylorsville, just to the east of Taylorsville. What we're going to do is we're going to turn on the old base reflectivity. Someone says, are there confirmed tornadoes? Yeah, there's been several confirmed tornadoes, and we can actually look at the SPC real quick and see how much tornadoes we've actually had so far today. This is their latest outlook, so they got the main tornado threat, and actually they've extended that 10% a little bit, seems like. And they're definitely seeing what I'm seeing about that low-level jet really increasing, those southerly winds kind of increasing. Now, the areas in South Carolina and North Carolina tonight, later tonight and tomorrow morning are under the gun for potentially a couple of significant tornadoes. But you can see the main threat here is in Alabama and Mississippi. And like I said, that area did move to the south. I thought Tennessee got washed out a little bit too much earlier today, so it's really going to hamper the tornado threat. But we'll look at those tornado reports. So this is the current tornado reports, 17 so far. And then if you filter them, so that kind of removes the duplicates, 14. So this is trending towards an outbreak. You know, outbreak's kind of a subjective term, but from what I've heard, 24 or so in a small area like that would be definitely outbreak status. Again, it's kind of your own opinion, but you can see Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama. That's where your main tornado threats are. The main two storms we're looking at are these two right here. And we can actually look at some of the damage. Large trees, mobile home completely destroyed near Stonewall. Looks like sheds and trees for the most part. Yeah, that's not good. Definitely not near Lawrence, Mississippi. A emergency manager reported 2 houses destroyed. Damaged homes and power poles near Covington, southwest of Collins. So that was that storm we were looking at earlier. And it probably did pass over that area I was talking about on those maps. Quite a few homes destroyed near Wolt Hall, Mississippi. So yeah, not good, guys. There's definitely been some tornadoes. All right, so turn on that storm relative velocity again and kind of show what's going on. So Stonewall and Taylorsville, those are the two areas we want to watch here. And you can see that rotation really getting going. This is the significant area. There's very strong inflow, outflow is moderate in that area. A little bit weaker rotation here in Stonewall. But as you noticed, when I went back to those storm reports, there was some storms, some damage near Stonewall, I believe. Collins and Salem. So yeah, Collins would be this area right here. So the tornado damage that occurred was 7 southwest of Collins, so 7 miles southwest of Collins. So that would be somewhere around that area. And then it moved to the northeast. Now, I'm not 100% sure if that was this storm. Let's see. 21:30, so that was 4:30 p.m. Yeah, so probably was, might have actually been this storm way up here. But let me check real quick. We'll go back. Because these things are just racing at really fast speeds. 40 to 70 miles an hour is what I've seen so far. But this would put areas near Taylorsville and Heidenberg under the gun. So this is, yeah, that would definitely. Okay, so actually, it was this one. It was the storm prior. It was around 4:30 p.m. And this is what they're looking at. Several homes destroyed. And it was this storm right here. And so this was at 4:30 p.m., 422. And yeah, you can see that tight couplet. So there definitely was a tornado that moved through there. And what the SPC says is the emergency manager reported quite a few homes damaged in northern Walthall. Oh, actually, it's damage to homes and power poles. 7 southwest of Collins. So it would have been that right there. But then you go a few frames later, and you're talking 5:07 p.m., a half hour later, and probably another tornado, not over the same area, but just to the northwest. And that just missed Collins, which is good news. But man, did that get close. There's still populated areas to the northwest of there. But here it is right now. It's weakened just a bit. But what I'm looking at here is the front side of this has really strong inflow. The next frame, you're going to see this area move into this area right here, would be my guess. And then this area would strengthen. So my guess is it would strengthen just a bit, and you'll see a tighter couplet as it moves just to the north of So-So. So wait for that next frame, and there it is. We'll move this to the north. So it did move to the north just a little bit, that couplet. Still a little bit more broad rotation, but this is your main threat at the moment. Yeah, you can see that tightly, a little more tightly packed right there. So there it is right there, and then it does move. You see that little blip, that strongest area does get kind of sucked into it. It's a little tighter packed. Now, so just to the east of Taylorsville is definitely under the gun here, and we'll turn on our tornado warnings. We'll look at that area up in Birmingham in a second here. That area is flashing, so that's concerning. Tornado emergency for both of these things. The one we're looking at right now is moving to the northeast at 52 miles an hour. Tornado has been observed, and it's moving to the northeast at 52. This one to the northwest, you can see that there's not a whole lot of rotation with this one, so that's good news. Now it's only radar indicated, so there's not an observed tornado with this one anymore. And that's really good news because this would have passed through Pachuta, Stonewall, and Quitman. And the rotation is going to be just to the north of Stonewall. All right, so we'll go back to that area up to the north here. And this is near Birmingham. Go KBMX, and we'll check this one out real quick. This is the Birmingham radar. And we're going to check this out. There's a tornado warning for this area. Moving to the northeast at 44 miles an hour, radar indicated. And that is actually moving to the northeast at 62 now. So just racing at highway speeds. That's your main storm right there near Springsville. Your notch is going to be kind of near Springsville. Wait for that to load here. Okay, so what we're looking at is the 3D radar. And the higher areas indicate stronger updrafts. You can see now they're all over the place. So we've got storms going up really high up into the atmosphere all over the place, 30 to 50K tops. So the higher the updrafts, the stronger the essentially flow going upwards in the storm, and the higher that precipitation, the hail is going to be. And you can see these cores all across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. And that one to the north near Birmingham is also pretty high as well. But what you'll notice is way off to the north, you can see other than that Birmingham storm, way off to the north, it's a lot flatter looking. So we're going to look at Tennessee real quick. See how it's a lot flatter looking? It's a, this yellow is widespread area rain, but the updrafts aren't getting as high, and essentially means the tornado threat's going to be a lot lower. You don't have quite a bit as good inflow. The updrafts are weaker. You're just not going to get the dynamics you would get, the pressure perturbations you would get to the things to the farther to the south. So that's really going to cut off the tornado potential up there. It's mostly cool rain, embedded thunderstorms, isolated wind and hail. Yeah, the main threat's going to be just to the south here. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quit. I got to restart this radar software because it's actually kind of glitching out. So I'm going to quit that real quick. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, get some water, quick 5 to 10-minute break, and I'll be back in just a bit. So let me know if you guys have any questions, and I'll start answering them when I come back. And share this with a friend as well. So All right, guys, we're back in the weather lab here. Comment if you can hear me. Give you guys a quick update. So yeah, there apparently I was looking at Twitter and that storm we were talking about uh, near Collins. Hold on a second. See that storm near Collins that we were talking about. Apparently, it looked like EF4 to EF5 damage. Unfortunately, a lot of chasers I know were talking about this being, historic looking. So definitely not a good sign there. And that would be those storm reports in the southernmost parts of Mississippi. You see there, probably that southwest one. We're up to 20 tornado reports now and 15 filtered. So 15 would be a little more accurate. But that storm we were talking about would be, let's see if I can zoom in here so you guys can see. This is their storm reports. The one we're going to be talking about is this one right here, 2121, 4 miles southwest of Collins. That's Covington, Mississippi. Damage to homes and power poles. Really, all of these right here are the really concerning ones. And so there's definitely been some damage. Luckily, it hasn't gone through any large areas, but obviously it has impacted some people, so it's definitely not a good thing. And there is a really good website that I'm going to pull up here in a second. You guys can look at this real quick. That shows the storm reports. Okay, so, all right. So here we are right here. This is going to be your SPC storm reports. And this could not be right. Okay, that's actually outdated. Kind of had the same look to it. We'll just use the SPC for now. I think that's going to be your best bet. Sometimes these sites don't update things. Even the SPC has a couple of outdated maps. All right, but yeah, we're at 20 reports, 15 unfiltered, and that main tornado threat being in southern Alabama. But what happened here is we had some pretty darn strong tornadoes move to the southwest of that Collins area, and that is near Laurel. This was a little bit earlier in the day. So I'm going to show you what happened here. This is at 4:30, so about an hour and a half ago. See, the tornado threat's a little bit weaker, but still pretty concerning. So go a couple frames back. And this is when these storms are really, really classic looking. We had these classic looking hooks to them. Yeah, it was definitely this thing right here. This, I mean, this was pretty nasty looking. This thing, potentially had some EF4, EF5 damage. Again, we won't know for a while, but this thing kind of blew up near Bassfield, tracked near Collins and towards Laurel. It was kind of between Collins right here and then right here and towards Laurel is where this thing really was the strongest. This is a really was a really scary looking tornado. And here's your reports. It came, you can see where it came from. We go to the next slide, and this is at around 4:28 p.m. So 4:30 p.m. Local storm reports 4 south of Collins. Again, there was some damage reported in some homes and stuff. The magnitude, don't worry about that yet because that's going to change. We can't figure out magnitudes until we measure the damage. That takes a few days, but this is where our reports were, and probably a significant tornado within this region. And again, some of the chasers I know that have really thought that a significant tornado EF4 plus potentially just went through this area about an hour and a half ago, and it moved towards Laurel. So if you actually fast forward this, you can see it moving to the northwest, and we'll clear that, and then went kind of towards Soso, but it did, well, kind of re-strengthen there. So it may have gone through Soso as well, and then it hit the interstate, but kind of started dying out, and that's in close to now. And you can see right now, it has really died out quite a bit, and there's actually no rotation in it at the moment, so that's good news. I've actually lost the rotation altogether. But that storm to the south still has some potential right here. You can see a little bit of potential near Stonewall. And we'll turn on those tornado warnings, see if there's a warning here. So there is still one up here, but then this one down to the south. This is moving northeast at 51 miles an hour, radar indicated. It just doesn't look quite as impressive. You can see it's kind of flat looking, but there is wind going in and out of this thing, but it's kind of got that flat looking appearance. And an example of this, I showed you guys this a little bit earlier, but for the new viewers, with a tightly packed mesocyclone, the radar is measuring those little couplets you see in the radar. This is kind of what it's measuring is this circulation. This is a corkscrew updraft. So you can imagine air going into this and kind of getting corkscrewed. All the precipitation coming out behind the storm. And then sometimes this updraft will be so strong you'll get precipitation ahead of it as well. All right, guys, let me know if you have any comments. Maybe answering some questions here in a second. I got to write something down. All right, guys. I am back in the weather lab with time to track some storms across the United States here. I think what I'm gonna do is look at the snow up there in a little bit here, as just kind of getting a break in the severe weather right now. I don't suspect that this will last very long. I think we're going to see a second surge of storms develop within this region, central Alabama here, pretty soon here, and I think it's going to be this activity right here, and maybe even some storms that develop out ahead of it. When this really moves to the northeast, when that low-level jet comes in later tonight, which is really going to strengthen in Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas, you're going to get, I think, a resurge, a re-strengthening of storms in Alabama later tonight. And so I'm going to get some dinner and then maybe come on here again around 8 o'clock. But I want to do a quick update right now. We're kind of looking at a couple different things, including the snowfall. I think we're going to do a little weather trivia. Comment below in the comments. How many tornadoes have I seen? Gone out and chased? Just comment below and I'll pick a winner, whoever is the closest. How many tornadoes have I seen? And then also comment if you have any questions. I'll probably answer some of them now that things are kind of slow. Although, we'll take a look at these tornado warnings up here. Doesn't look as impressive as the storms down to the south, but something we definitely have to watch. I'll wait for that to load. Someone says 7. Brandon Clark says 7. Sean Thomas says 11. Keep on going. A little bit higher than that. Norman Goodman 20. Yep, keep on going. A little bit higher. All right, so then after the storm is loaded here, it doesn't look quite as bad as the other storms. It's actually a little less organized. Kind of a messy area. These storms out ahead of it are kind of competing with it, but we do have a storm down there, and we're going to check this out. The tornado vortex signature here is at a 7, kind of a lower moderate size mesocyclone, but it's where your circulation is going to be. It's near Collinsville, Geraldine, maybe even Cedar Bluff, and it's going to be this little complex right here. It's a little bit of a inflow that's kind of sneaking in. You can kind of see this less precipitation out here, and it's actually helping strengthen the storm because you're getting moisture that kind of gets riding up a little bit in that area. Like storms up here, these storms down to the south are kind of blocking the moisture, and it's, you know, releasing a lot of cold air. So that would lower the tornado threat to the north. See if there's any velocity with this thing. Yeah, you can see that there's a little bit of a couplet just southwest of Collinsville. It's where your rotation is going to be. Maybe another one up here south of Geraldine. Well, whoever said 31 is the closest. So Jeff Whitney is the winner. Shout out to Jeff Whitney. I think eventually I'm going to do some prizes on these live streams, so stay tuned for that. We're going to have a little fun with those. As long as the tornadoes aren't bad, we'll have a little bit of contests and stuff like that. Again, also, I was saying this earlier in the stream. We're going to have little tornado videos pop up, you know, like on the side or something while I'm describing this. But we're going to need some live streamers first. I'm working with some people to see if we can get some live streams on here. Otherwise, if you are a chaser or if you just live in the area that there's going to be a severe weather outbreak and are interested in live streaming like a webcam or something, we'll have it like popped up in the corner here. Email me at weatherdecoded@gmail.com. So weatherdecoded@gmail.com. Even if it's a picture, you can send some pictures in. And I'll look at that email feed and we can put some images on here, make these a little more interactive. So let me know that if you have any of those, if you're interested in that. So the good news is there's really not a whole lot of rotation with that activity up there, but there's definitely going to be some hail. So we'll go to level 3 radar here. This is processed products by the radar, and this is like extra processed. And we're going to look at the vertically integrated liquid. And this is kind of a measure of hail. And you can see that there's some decent sized hail potential, really all the way across, maybe north of Birmingham to Powell, but it's not overly strong. So according to the Ville, I mean, this is one measure. Let's see, the tornado warning says 1-inch hail and less than 0.75 inches. So yeah, probably not the biggest hail size, but winds are at 70 miles an hour. So very, very windy in this region. And again, with this type of environment, if you see any type of rotation at any time, it can take 3 seconds and you have a tornado. So definitely something we want to watch, but those storms aren't quite as impressive looking as the ones to the farther to the southeast. Although those have really, the tornado threat's actually kind of weakened. But like I said, I think that's going to ramp back up as it goes towards Alabama and as we get a second wave that develops here farther to the southeast, southwest, and southeast. We're going to find that radar, and we're going to go back to the storms to the south a bit here. Wait for that to load, but while we do, there it goes. So the main storms really just riding up the central parts of Mississippi here. We also have some storms out here in Little Rock, Arkansas. We're going to check this area because I haven't talked about this area as much. So we're going to turn on the KLZK radar and check out the storm potential near Arkansas. Let me know if you guys have any comments or questions. Len says, National Weather Service Birmingham alert. Please stay out of damaged areas and allow the rescue workers to do their job. Yes, that's very awesome advice. And yeah, so we're going to address the areas here in Arkansas. And so you see this Ville, it's elevated hail potential. In any of these areas, you see those bright colors, especially near DeQueen and Nashville, not Tennessee, but Arkansas. And then the storm near Magnolia. Those are going to be your best bets for hail. There's some severe warnings here. Hail 1-inch size, wind 60 miles an hour. 1-inch 60 miles an hour, 1-inch 60 miles an hour. So kind of just on that cusp of severe warning for these areas. But the tornado threat's going to be really low. The storms off to the southeast down here are really going to hog the moisture. They've kind of moved through the area and it's really cooled down the environment. However, the cold air is near the surface. There's still elevated instability within this region. And because of that, there's going to be some elevated storms for hail and stuff. But tornadoes typically like surface-based storms. So I think I can turn on the cape. We can actually kind of see what's kind of going on there. Here's your instability, your surface-based cape. If I had mixed layer or, no, we don't, but this will be good enough. And you can actually see there's instability riding all the way up. This doesn't look quite right, but maybe it does. 250. There's instability going all the way up to Iowa, and there actually is some storms up in Iowa. So sometimes with these events, you'll get a little secondary area. And so there could be some severe storms in Iowa, in Illinois, but for the most part, isolated, very isolated. You can see your best bet is going to be to the south here. But I would say there's going to be some decent elevated instability here in Arkansas, and we'll turn on the regular base reflectivity. Check that out. Hail detection 70%, so obviously hail probability 100% near Texarkana. So that's going to be your intersection between Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Chased down there a few times, but man, that's not a good idea because it is a swamp within this region. You can't see anything. Trees are like right by the road. Pretty crazy stuff. Wait for that to load, and then what? All right. So there's your storm. That's really that's a big time hailer right there near Stamps, Magnolia. That is a pretty intense storm. Not going to get a tornado with this type of look. It's got that forward look to it, but it's kind of a just a ball, and those can really produce some big time hail. The echo tops, I'm sure, are way up high. Check that out real quick. This is how high they're going to get in the atmosphere. Yeah, they're 40K knots or so, or 40,000 feet. And then the digital VIL, so the vertically integrated liquids measuring hail potential. So the areas near Stamps, and probably maybe Waldo, just north of Waldo, that area is going to get swamped with hail in just a minute or two. It's probably already over that area because you can see that the storm speed's moving at 60 miles an hour. Won't last that long. That's good news, but you're gonna, oh, they're looking at 100 or 1.5-inch hail. So somewhere between golf ball and tennis ball size hail coming towards Stamps. It's going to be pretty nasty. That's a classic looking hail storm. And then obviously north of Ashdown, and some pretty nasty looking storms as well. But like I said, Arkansas and Louisiana, any storms that move through there, going to be mostly a hail threat for the rest of the night. Only tornado warnings out there in northwest or northeast be Alabama, but the rest of the storms here in Mississippi, just severe warnings, luckily at the moment. Like I said, I think it's going to ramp up as they move to the east. And we'll go back to KDGX. Turn on the national ordeal. There's some flooding out here too. Yeah, no surprise there. I mean, these storms have been training in the same area. Look at those warnings. Okay, this is 6:44 now, and then you go back to 3 o'clock. So the same area has been getting severe warnings for the past 3 hours. So tons of rain within this area, and we can actually look at the precipitation amounts and see how much rainfall has actually fallen within this area. This would be best with the local radar. And I'll be back, guys. I gotta run and eat dinner real quick, and I'll be right back. So we're just gonna play this real quick. Now that it's not really going crazy, I think it's gonna ramp up in like an hour or two. So I'll be back on then, but I'm gonna get a quick bite to eat now that nothing crazy is happening. So I'll play this on loop again. I'm going to answer some of your guys' questions when I get back, and we're going to look at that snowstorm as well up to the northeast or northwest and eventually the northeastern United States. So definitely be checking that out. But this will be animating, so feel free to ask questions. I'll be in and out, and I'll be back in a second or in about maybe a half hour or so. Hey yo! All right, we're back. We are back in the weather lab. Check out some of the updates here. Not a whole lot of tornado warnings at the moment. There's only a couple. And type one in the comments if you can hear me or tell me where you're from. Make sure this audio is working again. We're just gonna kind of look at the storms across the United States right now, and I'm gonna definitely look up the snowstorm up here in Wisconsin and Iowa. We'll check that out too, because this is a dynamic system. This is all the same thing. Goes from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up, swirls around to Iowa. And this second wave back here is actually looking pretty impressive in Arkansas. Now, tornado threat's near zero, but for you guys in Arkansas, it's going to be a nice windy, haily event that's moving through. You can see a bow echo. So there could be multiple waves that move through. The rain moving off to the northwest or northeast from Tennessee up into Kentucky, Columbus, Ohio area, Virginia, West Virginia. That's going to mostly be rain and maybe some isolated thunder embedded in it. But the main fronts are located down here, and they're going to be kind of within this is where your zone is going to be right here in the southeastern United States. That's where your highest moisture and instability is, and your wind shear as well. You got a very strong low-level jet screaming into that area, and the stuff out here is not really quite as tornadic because of that main first line. That first line is really cooling off the atmosphere back here, but the mid and upper levels still going to be some elevated convection out here. Not surface based as much more elevated. Going to be more of a wind and hail threat. So we'll check this area out. We got some severe warnings out really all across central Arkansas, Arkansas, maybe even extending down into Texas, Shreveport area. This is moving to the east at about 45 miles an hour, so it's kind of moving pretty fast. And 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We got some 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Mostly that's what it's going to be if you're in these areas. However, this storm to the south, kind of a tail end Charlie type of ordeal, has been really producing some serious hail, 1 inch, 60 miles an hour, but had some 1.5 inch reports earlier in the day, and it's a much more impressive looking storm. So that the area in southern Arkansas, and that's probably going to be the main storm right here, and pretty impressive looking. It's got that circular shape to it. Again, you're not going to typically get tornadoes with storms way out on the backside. You'd have to watch that one, but probably going to be elevated. Then you got these storms out here in Mississippi, Alabama, mostly a line. This is going to continue to move to the east. I'm still thinking we're going to see some re-strengthening in some areas in Alabama after around dark. So probably an hour or two, you might see some re-strengthening. And there's a very strong low-level jet that's going to start to really ramp up here in Georgia and Alabama. So even though it looks weak now, there's going to be a strong transport of moisture, I think, within this region, and some wind shear might actually slightly enhance the threat here in Alabama and Georgia in the next hour or two. So we'll have to watch for that. Would not be surprised to see an uptick in that, at least much more widespread activity within that region. Let's see. And then we had obviously a lot of wind damage reports, hail reports. There's been a couple of actually several tornado reports. The main show right now is going to be near Calhoun and Dalton, where there's a tornado warning. And actually, there's an observed tornado here. So we'll definitely have to look at this real quick. So we'll turn on the radar for this area. And there was a big time tornado that moved through parts of Mississippi earlier today, and we'll take a look at that in a second. Big time. It was not good. Luke says, will it hit Dallas, Georgia? I'll have to take a look. This radar is going to take a couple of seconds to load here, but tornado is going to be just near Dalton right here. That's really the only tornado warning at the moment, but there has been several reports earlier in the day. And while that loads, we'll go ahead and look at the tornado reports on the SPC website. And yeah, so 21 reports so far, and after filtered 16. So definitely several tornadoes. And again, there's a couple of very strong ones here in this southeastern United States, particularly in southern Mississippi, where you got to zoom in here and I'll show you what some of these reports look like. And so the really big ones here were near Collins. So these are the big ones that happened earlier. And it was around 4:30 or so, kind of near Collins. There was a very strong tornado that moved through. Some of the people I know on Twitter, chasers, meteorologists, were talking about this thing looking like big time EF4, EF5 type of thing, and destroyed, damaged power poles. Obviously not good. Yeah, so really not what you'd want to see there, but a couple of strong tornadoes in that area. So here is your main storm near Dalton, and that's tornado warnings kind of out behind it. This is pretty intense right here. Got some really high DBZ values, hail, wind going down with this thing, and we'll look at the base velocity here. She might get a better look at this. I'm gonna zoom in there. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation in there. You can see that couplet, that wind going out and the wind coming in. With these types of storms, they'll have a kind of a downdraft on the backside, and then on the front side, you'll get this inflow to get kind of sucked in. And when they're isolated like that, they can kind of create their own little pressure, and it creates its own little warm front and cold front, and that's what you're seeing right there, that circulation. And it's broader, so it's not tightly packed together. So that's unlikely it would be a tornado, but probably some mesocyclone with that. We'll check out the base velocity. And it's right around there. There was a tornado observed, so definitely want to keep an eye on this thing. And I might be able to see this with the animation here. So yeah, it looked like it was pretty tight. So it's broad there, a little bit tight there. Oops. And as we get towards, it's starting to become a little more outflow dominant. You can see that green starting to disappear, but nonetheless, there is a little bit of a circulation still kind of lagging around this area along I-75. And now we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area, and see what that's got on it. About 0.75-inch hail or less, tornado possible, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour, and we got 60-mile-per-hour winds. So mostly a wind threat with this, but still can't rule out a tornado with the little couplet we got there. And for the most part, you got kind of inflow going in about 20 knots. Coming out, though, very strong, close to 60 miles an hour. So pretty windy in that area for sure. And if you look at this entire system, I mean, it's very dynamic. There's a ton of lift with this system, and it's actually merging with the main jet off to the north. So there's going to be several waves with this thing. And the radar will load here in a second, and we'll look at that snowstorm up there to the north too, and kind of see how much snow is going to be falling. Some places in Nebraska. See what kind of reports we got. We got some snow up there, obviously. Magnitude 2 inches, 3.7 inches near Sioux City. Sioux Falls, 5.8 inches. Pretty crazy. It's already April. 4 inches in northwest Iowa. We've got Rapid City coming in. It says 17 inches. So just a little bit northwest of Rapid City, south of there a foot. And then just to the west, or just to the east, we got 2 inches. So big time snow, especially up in the mountains too. Got a couple areas up here that got some snow. These are just reports, but I think there was a lot more snow up in Montana. These are just the reports that came in. And then you got southwest Minnesota towards Minneapolis, 5 to 7 inches, 10 inches in some areas in Wisconsin. Good widespread 6 to 8 inches or so. So it was a decent amount of snow here within this region. And here's the radar. Finally, it gets to load, and your main snow band is off here to the north. There's a little bit of ice, kind of just northwest of Green Bay and Dubuque. You can see that ice plume. A little bit of snow going through Omaha and Des Moines. The main snow band is off to the north, and it does look a little bit dry at the moment. You can see those dry air pockets kind of moving in. I think the storm to the south is really kind of taken over, but still got some leftover snow within this region. Could accumulate a couple more inches in some areas. The area near Marquette, and then kind of backing into Canada, Great Lakes region, that's where your heaviest snow band is going to be. You can kind of see this moisture tail kind of feeding into it. So that's where your best dynamic lift is going to be, near Escanaba, something like that. That's where your best snowfall rates are going to be at the moment. Everywhere else at the moment, it's kind of tapered off just a bit severe wise. It's a tornado, again, tornado warning up here. There's actually a new one now for this area near Calhoun. So we'll have to take a look at that. Dalton, Eaton. So this is the new warning. It's got a tornado warning radar indicated moving east or northeast at 49 miles an hour. Like I said, there was a tornado that was observed earlier, but I thought that it looked like the rotation was weakening a bit. We'll have to see if that's re-strengthened at all. And yeah, it does look more significant now. So something we're gonna have to watch. Just to the west, or just to the south, and maybe just to the southeast of Dalton, there's actually two little couplets. Sometimes you can get twin circulations. But that's right here. That's where you're going to want to watch for, just to the southeast of Dalton. That's where your main threat is going to be. You turn on some other things like spectrum width and see if there's some dust and stuff flying around. Correlation coefficient. Nothing terribly concerning at the moment, but we'll definitely have to watch this as it moves to the northeast towards Eaton. So a little circulation. Now we got a mesocyclone detection getting popped up on the radar here. Feel free to ask some questions, guys. I'll be answering them. Isaac Oker says, any insights into what might happen around Gainesville, Georgia? Yeah, guys, mostly Georgia is going to be wind and maybe some isolated tornadoes after dark. And what we'll do is we'll look at the HRR and see what's going to happen throughout the rest of the night. And go to the latest run here. So this is what I've been talking about. The low-level jet is just insane. Low-level jet essentially means your wind's just off the deck, so skyscraper level or a little above there. And this is a really good source for moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. And look how strong this is, this pull of moisture into the system. This is 1Z, this is 8 o'clock, and you can see winds just off the deck. We're talking all the way up to 80 miles an hour, which is astronomical. Some of the strongest I've ever seen. Really all you need for a decent low-level jet, 30, 40 miles an hour, and you're like double, maybe even tripling that in some areas. So there's going to be a big feed of moisture that moves through, and this, you can just kind of follow this as we head towards overnight around 1 a.m. This moves through Georgia and the Carolinas, and then kind of re-strengthens on the day through Monday in the Carolinas. So really anywhere in that zone, under the gun for severe weather, lots of rainfall. And again, tornado threat is going to be the highest still kind of within this region right here, central Mississippi through Alabama. Right now, it's more so Alabama. I think it's clearing up a little bit more in central Mississippi. It's going to mostly be this zone right here, I think, throughout the rest of the night. There definitely could be some isolated tornadoes all the way out to the Carolinas, Georgia, embedded tornadoes, things that kind of happen really quickly. Look at the moisture. And this is 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. And you can see that front moving through. But look what happens here. This is something I've been seeing here. This is around a little bit before sunrise. The south winds, there's a kind of a surge of a low level jet, and the surface flow starts to kind of back to the southeast. Here's a little low ordeal up here. And if there's enough moisture, and there obviously probably will be, and we get enough backing of winds, southeast winds, could be some circulation up here, which would enhance the tornado threat for parts of South Carolina and North Carolina. Something I'm watching, potentially a couple of morning tornadoes and maybe even lunchtime tornadoes in the Carolinas tomorrow. We're going to have to watch that. Probably morning tornadoes. So, typically the cap will keep things at bay, but sometimes you can get a tornado or two to squeak out in the morning. And we can look at their reflectivity. This is about right now. You can see that that line back in parts of Arkansas. That there's a storm down here in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama is where your main storms are going to be. But like I said, I think there's going to be an uptick, and the HRR says that. And this could happen around 10 or 11, between 9 and midnight, essentially, with that low-level jet really getting kicked into that region. And that could actually enhance the tornado potential again for this region, and particularly southern central Alabama. So the show's not over. I think there's going to be a second kind of surge that occurs, and it's going to be when that low-level jet kicks in central and southern Alabama. As we head towards 1 a.m., you can see it starts to kind of line out, but these little blips indicate that there could be supercells embedded within this line, and that would enhance the tornado potential significantly. Typically if it's a line, it lowers the chances, but we're definitely going to get some embedded tornadoes, I think, in Alabama and maybe even a couple in Georgia, particularly southwest Georgia, where things will stay a little bit more linear, or excuse me, supercellular. This line will move through into the Carolinas and then kind of die out by the time lunchtime moves around. But there's going to be severe weather really from Arkansas, Louisiana, straight east, really along in south of Tennessee and about North Carolina. That's really just this entire map has the chance for severe weather. And the tornado threat, again, going to be the strongest, most likely within this zone right here. So for the rest of the night, obviously, probably your bullseye going to be in central and southern Alabama. If we were to get tornadoes, probably going to be kind of in that zone in central Alabama later tonight. So that's what that looks like. The significant tornado parameter. This is measuring the potential for tornadoes. You can see right now it kind of dies out. And then when that low-level jet kicks in, it kind of ramps back up. And again, southern central Alabama. But then it kind of loses its grip a little bit. There's a second surge when those winds kind of move to the southeast in Georgia and South Carolina early in the morning. So again, definitely watching the potential for some morning tornadoes within that region, but mostly a hail and wind threat out there. All right, so someone says, what are the risks for Pensacola, Florida? Probably mostly a wind and hail event down there. You can see that I'd actually say that, yeah, it's going to be really close. I think you could get a tail end Charlie that tracks up in that region. But I would say it's going to be mostly a hail threat, maybe a wind threat. Again, mostly hail and wind unless you're in central Alabama. These significant tornadoes, if they were to occur, probably would have already occurred, but we could definitely see a couple of strong ones overnight. And this is the 3D radar. You can see the strong updrafts here. So the taller the updraft bases are, the taller the storms, the stronger the updrafts. And that's where all the hail is, and the strongest storms. And you can see that red, those pinks. Mostly right now, that's all in Alabama and the most eastern part of Mississippi. The good news is farther to the northwest, these look a little bit flatter, except for that storm northwest of Atlanta. That would indicate weaker updrafts, and this area is cooling off the environment, so these storms back here will have a decreased tornado threat because of that. But you'll notice there's not a whole lot of rain out ahead of these down here in Alabama or towards west of Montgomery, so that's why that area is still pretty warm and loaded, and that's why we're kind of concerned about that area for tornadoes and hail especially. As we go towards Nashville here, aside from that tornado warning near Calhoun, the storms appear pretty flat looking. The updrafts aren't quite as strong. So mostly rain, embedded thunderstorms, maybe some isolated severe weather in that area. But we'll go ahead and check out that Calhoun storm, see if there is anything going on there. Moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour, so this is like interstate speed. I wouldn't say that quite as strong, 60 miles an hour. There were some storms earlier that were moving darn near 70, so pretty crazy. Wait for this upload. And the good news is it doesn't look to be a whole lot of circulation there. There is definitely some couplets, but the circulation is kind of weakening just a bit down there. And again, the best area for tornadic development is going to be near Eaton and Dayton. But with this type of environment, even though you don't see any tight circulations right now, these things can go from 0 to 100 in just minutes. So probably why there is a tornado warning still for this area. There is some indication that this thing could begin to rotate at any moment. A little bit of weak rotation, but nothing crazy at the moment. All sorts of severe warnings out here for Arkansas and parts of Louisiana. But again, mostly 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's pretty much the theme for all of these storms, except for this one right here. I'll go look at that in a second. Shreveport, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail. This one near Greenville is going to be the strongest one, and it's been a long track type of storm. So we'll take a look at that real quick here. The radar is going to load here in a second, but a pretty nasty looking storm. There it is. Yeah, you can see those DBZ values way high, sky high in that area. Whoops. So about 60, 65 DBZ. That's moving right towards Hermitage, maybe towards Dermot and Greenville eventually. But look how long this has been going on for. I'm going to play a loop here, and this is a pretty long track ordeal. So even past is probably close to Texarkana when this thing, Arcana when this thing was going, and now it's all the way out. I'm almost moved half a state here in the past couple of hours, and it's racing off to the northeast, east-northeast or so, at about 61 miles an hour, so highway speed. So even if you're on the highway trying to outrun this thing might be almost impossible unless you're going over 60 miles an hour. So pretty crazy. A little bit of a mesocyclone circulation. I wouldn't suspect the tornado threat would be as high with these. There could be an isolated tornado or two for sure, but these are probably more likely going to be elevated because of that cooling from that main wave that moved through earlier, kind of cooled the atmosphere a bit. You can still get storms elevated with cool surface temperatures. And so we'll check out the hail. We'll check out the vertically integrated liquid. This is a tool we use to show you kind of how strong that hail potential really is in this region. And you can see it's really elevated, 50, 60, 70 kilograms per meter squared. Yeah, you got some 65s in there. But this thing is just racing. Is Huntsville in the clear? Someone says. Yeah, let's go check that out. So Huntsville, Alabama, I'm assuming. Yeah, probably going to be north of the main show, but they're not in the clear in terms of storms yet. But for the most part, these storms up in near Huntsville, the updrafts aren't as tall. The storm tops aren't as tall. The updrafts are a little weaker. But you definitely could see some isolated severe weather still up in this area, but it's going to be few and far between. It's mostly just strong thunderstorms, heavy rain, some embedded thunder within that area. And because there's so much rain falling within this area, it's cooling off the surface. And this tornado development and really tornado development is really reliant on those warm surface temperatures, warm surf or high surface dew points. And that's going to be cooling the area just a little bit. Your main tornado threat will be a little bit off to the south. Sometimes you can get embedded tornadoes like that up there, but you'll notice south of there isn't a whole lot of precip. But if you go into northern Alabama, there's lots of precip to the south as well. So it's blowing up kind of really cooler, stable air. So I wouldn't suspect that the tornado threat would be too high up there, but we'll definitely have to watch for at least wind and hail. But mostly heavy rain and a lot of it throughout the night. Suzanne Holiday says, "Can you explain the outlook for upstate South Carolina?" Yes, so the main threat, and this is going to happen overnight in the early morning hours towards sunrise and a little bit after sunrise. This main wave of storms here is going to move to the east, and it's going to start to look like a line. It's kind of a mess right now, but it's going to kind of line out and move to the east. Try that again. All right, so the main threat will be wind for this area, really all of this area, but there could be a second surge with that low-level jet that brings in the low-level flow that has southeast winds that could enhance the wind shear a little bit. And there could be a morning isolated tornado threat for parts of South Carolina, but main threat will be wind and hail for that region. But again, somewhere between 6 and 10 a.m. or so, 5 and 10 a.m. You can actually look at this. I'll show you kind of when things are maxing out in that area. The main line will kind of move through, yeah, about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 a.m. through the Carolinas. And again, it's going to be mostly a line of wind and rain. Some embedded isolated tornadoes are certainly still in the question with the wind shear that we have present, but not maybe as high as we would have in Mississippi and Alabama at the moment. Marco says, is there going to be a tornado in Davenport, Iowa? No, highly unlikely. This area up to the north is really cold, so probably not. But if you could get some severe storms up here, so we'll have to watch. But that's probably not going to happen though. Someone says, just got back on the stream. Is that the line of severe storms a derecho? Not quite yet. I wouldn't classify this as a derecho. There's so much directional shear with this thing. I just don't think you're going to see a derecho with this type of event. I think you're going to have some embedded supercells and more of a wavy line pattern. And it'll have some tornado and maybe even some hail potential. But I'm not seeing a constant outflow type of derecho propagating east type of thing at the moment. And there's really not a whole lot of warnings at the moment with the severe weather, at least. All right, guys, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to get some water real quick. All right, yeah, my mouth was getting kind of dry there. I've been talking for several hours here, so fired up some tea. These live streams go really nice with nice warm. We're at nice warm tea that time of night. Kind of relax, look at the weather here. It's just pretty crazy that this line right here just does not have many severe warnings in it at the moment. I'm gonna look at the SPC to make sure that's right. Sometimes those radar applications don't always update. I mean, 99% of the time they do, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, there's only a few severe warnings in Mississippi, Alabama. The main severe threat right now is actually out in Arkansas on that second line. And that second line does weaken, and I think that's the HRR is definitely forecasting this weaken. The reason for that is this main line out ahead of it, once it really gets going, and once that low-level jet really starts kicking in, really forecasted to kick in kind of within this zone right here, this main line is going to really dominate the atmosphere, and I think that's going to kill off that line behind it. But for the next couple hours, there's going to be a decent line here in Arkansas, probably going to make it to just about Mississippi before it dies out. And then this main line over here to the east will really start ramping up around then. So pretty nuts there. But yeah, this area back here, the tornado threat is going to be a lot lower. It's cooler at the surface, so I wouldn't. I'm not forecasting a high tornado threat. You could still get an isolated tornado or two out here, but mostly going to be a hail threat. And most all of these are about the same kind of setup here, with an inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving to the east at 40, 50 miles an hour. So they have similar dynamics, similar environment. But there is a couple of storms here, and it's going to be this one right here, hail size 1 inch. Wouldn't be surprised to see that jump up. And then this storm right here to the west of Greenville, that's going to be near probably Dermot. That's going to be Hermitage towards Dermot. That's going to be the big one, 60-mile-an-hour winds, or actually, no, that's moving to the east at 60 miles an hour. So very fast. Hail size of 1.5 inches and wind is 70 miles an hour. This is exactly where the hail is going to be. It is going to get very close to Hermitage. And you can see Hermitage is this city right here-ish. And this is where your hail threat's going to be. This says it's moving to the east. The way the storms have been moving today, I would say it's just a little more with a northeast bias to it. So I'm thinking that's going to pass just to the north of Hermitage, but you're still going to get some of the hail on the southern end of this thing, but the main core will be just to the north. So pretty spooky looking there. And probably some, maybe some tennis balls in there. Now, how about that lightning? So who's getting lightning tonight? We'll check that out. So we'll look at that in a second. That takes a little bit of time to load, so I'm going to fire that up real quick. Someone says confirmed tornado on the ground 30 minutes ago near Walker County, Georgia. Yeah, we can definitely take a look at that. Probably that storm to the north. And then I'm going to show you guys what happened earlier. Pretty crazy storm that kind of moved through earlier in Mississippi. Wouldn't be surprised to see EF4 type results with that. But this is the tornado, and there was a tornado that was confirmed a little earlier. Right now it's radar indicated, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you get some isolated tornadoes here with this type of system. I'm going to turn on the high-res radar here for this region and check this one out a little bit. Yeah, so if you're near Dalton, you definitely want to take cover. The radar's still trying to load here. And then we got a new tornado warning out in Alabama, so we're definitely going to check that out in a second. So you can see this area is starting to uptick just a little bit. Now that tornado warning has expired, so that's interesting. We'll see if that's reissued in a second here. But the radar is being very slow at the moment. And so there's a new tornado warning out northwest of Birmingham. This area got rocked earlier today, and here it is again. Moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, radar indicated, and that's ineffective until 9 p.m. And it was issued just a few minutes ago at 8:15. So just a couple of minutes ago. I'll see if that works. There it is right there. So your tornado threat is going to be kind of in this pocket right here. And here's your base velocity. Oh yeah, so there's a little bit of wrapping here, and you can see this on the radar. There's outflow, inflow, get this little wrapping here. So when you kind of see that S shape, that can be the start potentially of a tightening mesocyclone, maybe even a tornado, if it really gets its act together. So when you start to see that shape, especially with this type of environment, that kind of that S shape within the line of thunderstorms, that's definitely something I want to watch. We call those notches, and It's where you get that circulation. And here's your storm relative velocity. So if you zoom out and zoom back in, you can see that couplet there kind of stands out. That's near Carbon Hill. There's a meso-detected moderate kind of circulation here. It's still pretty broad. It doesn't look at the moment like a tornado would be falling in that region. It's got this broad look to it. When you see these pixels tighten up and when they're just a few pixels wide, that's when your tornado threat is going to you're probably going to have a tornado on the ground. But right now, I don't see that at the moment. But like I said, these things can change rapidly. A few minutes later, it could be tornado time. So definitely going to want to watch that. And so what I'm going to do, guys, is in the next live streams, we're going to try to get some videos on here, some live stream videos. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop them up here, like, maybe on the side of the screen, have a little video playing while we do these radar breakdowns. So going to be working with some people to maybe get that on there. I might actually personally chase a few times, and that's going to be mostly in the plains and where there's less, trees and population and stuff, kind of out in the open fields. So we'll kind of have some live streams on there. But also, if you're a chaser, a storm spotter, or you just have a webcam and you kind of live in the area where there's going to be severe storms, feel free to email me at weatherdecoded@gmail.com. So weatherdecoded@gmail.com, and let me know. And if you'd like to see your live stream or your photos and videos on these live streams, and we can definitely set something up. I'm going to set up a little website where we can submit content and then we can immediately upload it while we're doing these live streams to kind of make these more interactive and stuff. So definitely email me if you're interested in that. So for sure. And also share this with a friend, invite some people on, subscribe below because I'll be doing more of these and we'll definitely be doing more forecast updates and these educational forecast breakdowns as well, especially if you're a weather enthusiast. So we explain what's going on and we have a huge community. So feel free to subscribe, guys. And we'll be definitely pumping more of these out. Thanks. All right, so yeah, other than Arkansas, there's a couple new storm warnings down here for the southern parts of Mississippi. And this is the thing I'm concerned about is this uptick. You're already starting to see it. We had an hour or two break, but like I said, around sunset right after, that's when that low-level jet forecasting that to come in, and that's going to really start to ramp up. There's frictional changes at the surface when the sun goes down and kind of the atmosphere, the planetary boundary layer, which is the low levels of the atmosphere, changes, and it really can enhance the low level jet. So you're going to start to see strong surges of moisture out of the Gulf for the next couple of hours, and you're already starting to see it. So you're already starting to see an uptick in severe weather, and I think you'll continue to see that. It's going to become more widespread. It's going to be more like with this out here, but it's going to be in Alabama, and you're going to see more tornado threats pop up as well throughout the night. We'll check out these storms down here in Mississippi. KDGX, go to that one real quick. And we're going to check this out real quick. Yeah, the main threat with these at the moment is going to be wind and hail, but there could be some isolated tornadoes, especially when you get these little notches that kind of punch in. But right now that looks to be mostly a wind and a hail threat. That's the good news. You can see 0.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail. But either way, it's a nasty line. It can be very heavy rain, lots of lightning, and again, some hail with that type of thing. Lots of lightning in those. So what you're looking at right now is the lightning potential for all these storms. And we'll see if I can get a better view of this here. Yeah, anyway, this is Tennessee up here. You can see there's a little bit of lightning up there, but as you head towards Alabama, lots of blips of lightning. But these storms to the south, when you get these juicy looking storms, like you saw on radar, that really is upping the chances for lightning. And you see this lightning threat. This is kind of measuring the density of lightning strikes. Very dense here. Hattiesburg, Waynesboro, Ovette, Runnelstown. Yeah, very, very high amounts of lightning in those areas. Probably tons of cloud ground lightning, like crazy at the moment. Very dark, heavy rain, probably really dark now in that area. See, there's hail reports, 70, 80% chance of hail. Oops. So yeah, 70, 80% chance of hail within these areas. So going to be a really nasty line of storms. Even though there aren't tornado warnings, still lots of hail and wind in those areas. That's going to be the southeast part of Mississippi. Now we got several warnings up to the north here in Alabama. 3 different severe warnings and a tornado warning as well. The severe warnings generally are just, well, we got some 60-mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail, but look at that, storm motion, 67 miles an hour. This one says 51, so probably a little overdone up there, but these storm motions are averaging around 50, 55 miles an hour, it seems like. And this storm looks really nasty near Bastrop and Bonita. Look at that thing. Look how tight the gradients are on that thing. That is really indicative of a strong updraft, a really tight precip shield, and it's probably only going to last a couple of minutes just with how fast these things are moving and how narrow it is. But those DBZ values are near 65, maxing out almost in that area. And what we can do is look at the hail threat. We're going to turn on the level 3 hail data, vertically integrated liquid. This was a good measure of hail in the atmosphere. And yeah, that's pretty high in there, 50, 60 kilograms per meter squared. So that's where your hail blob is going to be. That's pretty nasty looking. Again, it wouldn't surprise me if you saw a tennis ball size hail. And if not, with this type of look, with this narrow look, you often will get lots of small hail. So it'll come down, but there'll be a lot of it with this type of look from what I've experienced. Sometimes you can get a couple inches to accumulate. The good thing is it's really narrow. Whoops, you can see it's not that far across, just a few miles. And it's moving to the east really quickly. So it's only going to be a few minutes of this stuff, and then it'll quickly pass. Pretty nasty looking storm, though. But yeah, definitely low-level jet is definitely kicking in now, because you can see warnings popping up all over the place. We went from like 3 warnings to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 warnings there now, all of a sudden, in a matter of like 20 minutes or so. So that low-level jet's really starting to kick in. And this typically happens right around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. This is definitely something. I've chased a lot of setups, and storm chasing gets really interesting right around this time of night. especially if you have a good wind shear and the cap can kind of remain uncapped, you definitely get those after dark tornadoes. So it's kind of concerning. But right now, there's not really a whole lot of tornadic activity except for the storm up here northwest of Birmingham, which we'll take a look at. See, this whole line here is really starting to ramp up. And you'll see here over the next few frames how it's really blown up. See how that has just gone from zero to 100 pretty quick. The good thing is it's kind of merged together, so that would lower the tornado threat a bit. Obviously, the hail and wind threat's still going to be there, but that's good news because some of that area got rocked earlier. And so we actually, okay, the tornado threat just got dropped, but if you go back a few frames, there was an observed tornado. So someone did observe a tornado north of Jasper. And we'll see if we can find that on the velocity, but that tornado threat was dropped in the latest frame, so that's good news. Unless it gets reissued, we'll have to watch that. I'll change radars to get a better view of this thing. And if you tuned in earlier, there was a big time tornado threat that moved through Yazoo City area and then parts of southeastern parts of Mississippi earlier. And there was a couple of maybe big time tornadoes. There was some damage reported, big time tornadoes in those areas. So there definitely has been a couple of significant tornadoes today. And so this is kind of where the tornado was observed at. It's right around there. I believe that's where that's pointing towards. So you can kind of see a little bit of a couplet, probably a weak spin up. Maybe there was something there near Carbon Hill. There's a little blip right there. So, with this type of look, it probably is a rain-wrapped brief spin up that lasted maybe 30 seconds or something with this type of look. But you can see it's kind of weakened just a little bit, that circulation. So that is good news. But this area just north of Jasper, it's got that S shape that I've been talking about. That can indicate that there will be tornadic development. But that's probably going to be weakening for the Jasper area. But just to the east of there, maybe just to the south, we'll have to watch that area. So there's still little notches within there. Either way, it's going to be some wind and hail. Got a new warning down here now. Tornado warning, 49 miles an hour moving east. Radar indicated 0.75 inches. Kind of a messy look to it, so it's going to be kind of a rain-wrapped, messy tornado threat down in that area, if there is a tornado, but it's only radar indicated right now, so no one is actually called in at the moment. But yeah, that's actually where your tornado threat's going to be. Wow, that's actually just to the east of Tuscaloosa. So it's right around here. That is getting pretty tight right there. It's pretty tight circulation there. We got winds going into this thing at like 15, so not terribly strong, 20 miles an hour, and then winds going out at 60, 70 miles an hour or so. Just got a new update. So yeah, still radar indicated, but yeah, this is 70 mile an hour winds, 60 mile an hour winds near Tuscaloosa. So it's windy, it's blasting right near Tuscaloosa at the moment. And then you can see just to the east, the inflow is a little bit weak, but look at that though. There's 30 or so here. So we definitely want to watch this area just about like right here-ish. So the thing we're going to watch here. This is a storm relative velocity, so you can kind of see that couplet. It's just to the north and east of Tuscaloosa, so they may have just dodged a bullet there. But if this strengthens anymore, it's going to be a little bit concerning. Hail size with this thing, probably just pretty crazy here. Yeah, wow, the hail size is way high up there. So you're talking villas of 70 to 75 right over Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa is just getting buried with hail right now. So like 0.75 inches, maybe an inch. This is radar estimated. So if it's not large hail, it's large quantities of precipitation with this Ville product. So even if it's not like baseballs falling, there's probably tons of like nickel size hail and just buckets and sheets of it coming down, and lots of rain, obviously. So those are extremely high values. You're talking almost 75 not or 75 kilograms per meter squared. Pretty crazy. And here's the new storm relative velocity. Yeah, this is going right over Tuscaloosa, but the couplet is just to the east. So the area we're going to get tornado is not necessarily where this little batch is. This is wind moving out of the storm. It's going to be right along the gradient. And when you get the tornadoes, they typically have this, they kind of meet each other. You'll get very bright colors of green, bright colors of red. We don't see that at the moment, which is good, but there definitely is rotation in that area. And we'll see base velocity, see if that has, sometimes that's ahead of the other one. Yeah, but yeah, it's looking a lot more dangerous now, just to the northwest of, or northeast of Tuscaloosa, northwest of Holt. And you can see what I'm talking about. You can see that really bright green, then there's a red right next to it. So wouldn't be surprised to see an isolated tornado pop out in that region right there. So yeah, definitely if you're within this region, you want to take shelter. North of Holt. So you got 95-mile-an-hour going out, and then it says 20 here, but you got like 40 or 50 here. That very well could get sucked into it. So that is most likely, at least a weak tornado happening. Would not be surprised to see a tornado right there. And again, this would be right in that little notch you see right here. See those two pixels converging? If this inflow gets sucked in, it's tornado time for people just north of Holt. Check out the correlation coefficient real quick on that. Yeah, there's probably a tornado right there. You can see that little blip. And this has probably just popped up out of nowhere. Yep, you can see over the past several frames it wasn't there, and then it kind of pops up with these fast-moving linear kind of events. These things can kind of just come out of nowhere, and that's exactly what's happening. You could see this happen a few times throughout the night in Alabama and Georgia. But yeah, there's probably a tornado in that area right now. Oh, that's not good there. So that is really blown up over the past few minutes. So you can see those high, yeah, that's those lower percentages. And what we're gonna switch back to the base velocity or reflectivity real quick. And yeah, so what's going on here is you got this really strong surge of outflow, hail and wind coming out of this thing. But you can see this area out here. There's a little pocket of no precipitation. There's a little bit of warmer air here, and it's kind of getting sucked in. And there's a little bit of a notch here, and that's where your tornado threat is really maximizing at the moment. This is northeast of Tuscaloosa and northwest of Brockwood. What we'll do is look at the velocity here. Yeah, that's almost 100% chance that's a tornado. Like I said earlier, when you get 1 or 2 pixels like that, That is near 100% chance that's going to be a tornado, at least a weak one. And we'll look at the base velocity. Sometimes that gives a broader picture here. And you can see those tightly packed winds, 100 miles an hour going out, 30 to 60 miles an hour going in. And it's almost actually two little areas. One kind of out here too, but this is the main threat right here. Whoops. And there's the update. And you can see that kind of that outflow right there out of the storm. It's kind of getting that tail, and then you got this inflow coming in and around. So that's definitely not good. When you see that outflow kind of curl up like that, and we get that inflow to kind of curl in, there's probably going to be a tornado right there. I would say almost 100% chance that there is a tornado going on right there within that region. So would not be surprised to see an observed tornado report on this radar pop up at any second for this region. I think this would be north of Holt. So luckily it's not in any like terribly populated area, but it is very close to Tuscaloosa. Obviously Tuscaloosa is out of the gun now. It's all just rain and straight line winds within that area. But you can see that S shape. You can kind of see it spiraling in. Inflow, outflow, and that's where your circulation is going to be. So pretty nasty looking deal there. I'm going to check out that correlation coefficient again real quick. I mean, like I said, that last frame, almost 100%. Well, this is good news. So the latest frame, it actually weakened it. So if we go back a couple frames here, you'll see this thing. So now the latest frame is much more weak, but still could be a tornado in there. But as you can see, it kind of pops up and then dissipates. So this was at 8:35 p.m. You can see it kind of developing at 8:45 or so. Oops. For some reason the radar is not going back. Let's see if we can get this to work. Anyway, it was pretty strong earlier, but it's definitely weakened. Still a tornado threat within this region. And we'll look at the velocity here on this thing. And that'll update in a second. Like I said, your main couplet is going to be right there, but this is really nowhere near any populated area, luckily. Another tornado warning up near Coleman. So this is definitely something we're going to want to watch. That's probably going to be the, even though the tornado warning is over Coleman, it's probably going to be this area right here that they're talking about that's going to be moving to the northeast. And the reason they have this extended so far out is because these storms are racing off to the northeast at like 60 miles an hour. So they have to warn really far in advance. Radar indicated, obviously. Yep, there it is. So that storm I was talking about down here, now there's an observed tornado, or there was. And that latest frame, now this, okay, the latest frame looks like it's picking back up again. You can see that really tight couplet right there. 97 in, 30 to 50 out or coming in to the storm, and then about 97 going out of the storm. So yeah, that does not look good. Storm relative velocity is a little bit behind, but you can see that tight couplet in there. Again, almost 100% chance there's a tornado. And we've got multiple tornado observed, so they're overlapped. You can kind of see that. So there's been multiple tornadoes with this thing. But there's our latest. We're going to look at the correlation coefficient real quick. The storm earlier in this, oh, wow, that is not good looking. Almost looks like, you got some type of debris ball there. But you can see this thing cycled. So it was weak there, then it strengthened again, and now it's blowing back up. So probably a cyclical tornado moving, just north of Tuscaloosa. They really dodged a bullet on that one. Luckily, it's not in any overly populated area, but this is moving towards Sylvan Springs. Here we got a new radar update. Wow, that looks even worse. This is the correlation coefficient. So turn on the base velocity. I'll be right back. I'm gonna check something real quick, guys. I'll be right back on this thing. All right, we're back. Someone says it's at an EF5. We'll know more later. Doesn't look like it's that crazy, but it's definitely a tornado. So if you're in this area, definitely want to take shelter. And again, that's going to be near Pleasant Grove, Sylvan Springs, Hueytown. The way this looks, it's kind of dancing around a little bit and cycling. So wouldn't be surprised if something like this was a multi-vortex type of thing, where you get tornado to kind of sink down, lift back up, sink down, lift back up. You got this rain wrap type of pattern to it, and it's after dark. So very dangerous situation within this area right here. And we got an observed tornado within this area. I'm going to check Twitter real quick and see if we got any updates. Follow a ton of chasers and stuff on here. Yeah, there's been quite a few big time tornadoes today. So this is pretty nuts. If you go on Twitter, trending in the United States is EF5. So that is currently trending on Twitter is EF5. And so probably referencing the storms here in parts of Mississippi that happened earlier. There was a giant tornado that passed through that area earlier. I'll go more on that in a second, but we're really focused on this one right now, this storm and then the storm up here. This storm up here, this is going to be northern parts of Alabama. Like I said, this area is going to start ramping up again, and you're starting to see that with that low-level jet kicking in. It happens when you have that low-level jet right at the beginning stages, typically when there's leftover instability and the cap is still weak. That's when your tornado threat is going to be strongest. So between now and about 10 o'clock, maybe midnight, probably say 10 o'clock is where things could get dicey again. So this area up here, there is a tornado warning as well. And this is near Hanceville, Coleman. So Coleman, obviously, 63 miles an hour. That's moving at highway speeds, radar indicated. So not at the moment observed, but it looks, you got that broader look and rotation up there. But this storm to the south had tighter rotation. Looks like it backed off just a bit. But if you play the loop here, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's really tight and it's actually weakened now. So that's good news. It's flatter now, but you can look at the past few frames and see how much tighter it was. It's got that really tight look to it. And now it's really flattened out. So that is good news for this area. But either way, there was a couple of observed tornadoes, potentially a multi-vortex type of thing, just by the way it looked. Rain wrapped, obviously. Yeah, guys, invite some people on. Share this with your friends if you're in this area. So this is a lot more flat looking, but we'll look at it as the correlation coefficient again. Yeah, there's still some pretty sketchiness in this area. You can see that little ball right there that developed, very likely a tornado. You go back here, boom, right there. Very likely a tornado, and probably a decent one at that. But like I said, luckily the good thing is not overly heavily populated area. It's kind of moving over that river, but a lot more broad circulations. That's good news. So if you go back a few frames, and you'll see what I'm talking about, it's a little more broad. But here it is right now. So right now is that inflow kind of lost itself. But look at a few frames ago. You see that? Watch what happens here. You see that how that tightens up? A little couplet right there, right around here. There's a tight couplet, and it happened a couple of times. So it went from weak, strong, and then now it's weak again. So this is a cyclical storm. So we'll have to watch this and see if this does strengthen again. But typically, when you get this really strong outflow, this outflow that really starts surging out, when you start to see this bow pattern, it does weaken the tornado threat typically, from what I've noticed. But you still can get tornadoes, and the threat would actually increase a bit out here on the back side of that bow, where it weakens a little bit, on the northern side where it kind of weakens a little bit. And the reason is this bow echo right now, this bowing out, it's kind of dominating the environment. It's pushing, it's really strong, and it's pushing the inflow out a little bit. But if that inflow can strengthen and kind of wrap in behind it, sometimes you'll get an isolated tornado threat that redevelops. So we'll have to watch for that. So watch for that northern side, and we'll have to watch for that. Here's the latest frame, but like I said, yeah, here's the probe, 50 miles an hour, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds going out, so it's not quite as scary looking as it was a few minutes ago. And then you got some 40, 50 knots moving in, so very windy out ahead of these storms, even as we, the storms kind of go into the region. Marie says, what are the chances of a tornado striking southeast Georgia? So that would be out near, maybe this area right here. And really, I think it's going to be mostly a wind threat out there. But there could be a couple of isolated tornadoes tomorrow morning. Could be a morning kind of threat, maybe afternoon, around noon. But really, I think the main threat is going to be early in the morning, maybe even around sunrise. Mostly going to be wind threat for that region. There'll be a couple of isolated tornadoes embedded in this thing. And tornadoes inside of lines are extremely hard to predict, probably one of the most difficult things, because they can kind of come out of nowhere. But like I said, I think the main tornado threat is going to be here in Alabama, and it's mostly going to be occurring over the next few hours prior to about midnight or so. Outlook for Georgia, North Georgia overnight. Yeah, this is going to be mostly hail, wind, lots of rain, so potentially some flooding. You can see there's some flash flood watches kind of where this warm front, or really this main line of storms, have been setting up kind of within this area. These storms have been continuously training out into this region. So some flooding is certainly possible. The good news is this thing is going to kind of line out eventually and start to accelerate a little bit and kind of line out. And that would lower the precip just a little bit for the rest of Georgia, but still got to watch out for that. That was flooding. There's actually a new tornado warning up here near Lafayette, or Dalton, northeast of Dalton. Tornado radar indicated, and we can turn on that radar for that region. This is moving northeast at 54 miles an hour, radar indicated, and then there's a severe warning ahead of it, moving northeast at 64 miles an hour. It's kind of probably in between there. It's probably somewhere around 60, 55 miles an hour. So these things are racing. Wind's moving at about 60 miles an hour. But we'll get this radar fired up real quick here. KHTX. Let's see. So this is going to be northeast of Dalton. There it is. There could be a little tornado in there. See a little blip right there. I'll turn on the animation. That is a little bit concerning. If it would be a tornado, it'd be rain wrapped and probably brief based off the look of this type of thing. Very quick moving little thing. Storm relative velocity. Yeah, there's a little couplet that's northwest of Eaton. Probably rain wrapped and a brief threat for that area. Whoa, correlation coefficient. Yeah, that really blew up. So that might be the latest frame here. This is at 8:56. This is right now. Would not be surprised if there was a tornado based off this look. That's northwest of Eaton. Luckily, not in an overly populated area again. So that's good news. Yeah, that could be a tornado. Although the velocities are not very impressive. So a correlation coefficient is one tool, but we have to combine that with these velocities we're looking at. But like I said, the previous frame, there was inflow and outflow in that frame. And so there could have been a really brief, quick spin up within this region. Sometimes that level 3 data processes a little bit slower, but probably was a tornado, a quick, brief, rain wrap type of tornado northwest of Eaton just a few minutes ago. And would not be surprised to see the correlation coefficient maybe decrease a bit in the next, or increase. Decrease in a good way. Yeah, so we'll check out this tornado down here, that one near Coleman. Okay, so this is getting closer to Coleman now, so we'll have to look and see this because it's definitely more populated down there. I think, let's see, Birmingham's radar probably is going to be best for that one. So KBMX, good cluster of severe storms here from Birmingham to Coleman, just all sorts of warnings. But like I said, this happens every spring, guys. So make sure, if you're in this area, it's just the usual. Take, use common sense, all that. Everyone should be fine. So the area of rotation is going to be kind of right within this region here. You see that S shape that I've been talking about, and not, pretty consistent that when you get this S shape, the next radar frame or two, you'll often see the this kind of tighten up. So so this is straight line winds. Then when you get that kind of that S shape, sometimes that'll accelerate and it'll bend or like that, and then you'll get eventually a tornado that develops. So this is definitely something. This is kind of the first stage of something we're going to want to watch here. That's going to be just to the southwest of Coleman and to the east of Hanceville. So definitely something we want to watch because that's more of a populated area. Luckily, it still kind of has that flat look. That S shape is still in there, but a little bit flat. Base reflectivity. You'll see actually that this is kind of embedded in the thunderstorm. your circulation is kind of going to be right in there. But if there is a tornado that develops, it's going to be rain wrapped. But luckily, there is a lot of precipitation that can kind of hamper the tornado threat just a bit. So, but with this type of shear and this type of environment, anything's possible. Other than that, there are really no other tornado warnings. There's a bunch of severe warnings out for parts of Arkansas, but like I said, these storms out here are going to be mostly a hail and wind threat. They're elevated. This complex out to the east has cooled off the environment just a bit and kind of hogged up the moisture. And the stuff out here in Arkansas and Louisiana going to be more of a hail and wind threat, elevated storms. So they're lacking that surface moisture just a bit. And here's what I'm talking about. So these storms out here near Birmingham, these are the updrafts. You can see how high they're getting up in the atmosphere. And then you go farther north towards Tennessee and they're lower. So the updrafts aren't as strong. These are the storm tops. You can see how they're flatter up there. So Tennessee, mostly just rain and embedded thunderstorms. Then as you go towards Alabama, these are much higher based, or not higher based, higher topped. And that would indicate hail, rain, and a tornado potential. And then these areas out near Little Rock, you can see they're high, but they're probably going to be more elevated. And because of that, they would reduce the tornado threat, and they're also more linear. But you can see this, there is some pretty potent precipitation and updrafts, even if they're elevated, and that's going to enhance the hail threat significantly. So some pretty nasty hail and wind for everyone in Arkansas. But like I said, when this main storm line over here near Alabama takes over, it's probably going to weaken the threat out here. The lift is going to be mostly to the east. So I think this, what I'm forecasting this line back here is to weaken here soon as it gets into Mississippi. Little isolated storm out here in parts of just north of Baton Rouge, southwest of Jackson, the southwest corner of Mississippi. Usually those things are elevated when they're just behind the main line. And we got a new tornado warning in, right there. So we'll have to check that out. Go back to the old radar. So it has not popped up yet, but we'll have to definitely keeping an eye on that. Should see that pop up any second. See if we can find what they're talking about here. I wonder if that was outdated. I'll have to keep an eye on that though. But now this looks interesting. This is near Birmingham. Mostly just a blob of heavy rain, hail, and wind going towards Birmingham. But yeah, Birmingham's about to get slammed here. Pull a loop on this thing. Flash flooding, rain, hail, all sorts of stuff going towards Birmingham right now. Good thing is these things are moving fast, but it's a widespread complex of severe weather within this area. Good thing is the tornado threat is going to be kind of lower because of the blobbiness. It's cooling the surface quite a bit. So that is good news for Birmingham. But either way, lots of rain and hail. And there's a new notch now to the north near Holly Pond. See how there's a notch there and then now it's popping back up. So would not be surprised to see rotation in there. Let me look at, I'm going to look at the velocity and see if we can find that. We'll probably see an uptick. So the velocity hasn't quite updated, I don't think. Hey, thanks, Alex. Yeah, tornadoes are pretty scary, man. Or someone, okay, so Mary says, is this in Tennessee? No, it's probably gonna be south of Tennessee. But for sure, rain and some embedded thunderstorms, and it could be an isolated flooding threat up there as well. So But the tornado threat's going to be just to the south. Pretty impressive inflow here, though. In the latest frame, you can see that surge. There's a lot of pinks that are coming up. They're kind of sneaking up into Hanceville. And so when this thing moves to the east, I think the next frame, it would not surprise me to see a big uptick in the circulation here. Storm relative velocity, you can kind of see that couplet, that S shape I've been talking about. Whenever you see that S shape, you definitely want to keep an eye on it. Right now, it's not, I don't, it certainly doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground. It's very broad, but something we'll want to watch. Obviously, if you're in any of these cities, take shelter. Always defer to the National Weather Service, whatever they say. They are the experts here. But yeah, see that little notch up there near Holly Pond? And then we got some more inflow down here. This area just out ahead of this main line is definitely going to have to be watched because there's a little pocket where there isn't any precipitation or a whole lot of it falling. So there's still some warm, moist air just kind of sitting right here. When you get storms out ahead of it, they usually cool down the atmosphere and bring stable conditions. But there is a little pocket right here, and there is a very strong line of storms right here, and they're kind of intersecting. So this little pocket right here, gonna have to watch this over the next hour or two. Yeah, that tornado warning's only radar indicated moving east-northeast at 63 miles an hour, or northeast according to the radar. All right, so there's that tornado warning I was talking about. So this is north of Jackson in Alabama. And that just popped up. Radar indicated moving east at 54 miles an hour, hail size potentially 0.75 inches, wind 60 miles an hour. And we'll have to switch radars for this storm down here. And we'll do that. We'll wait for that to load. Gonna take a second. KMOB is going to be the radar for that. And we got a tornado warning now in the southernmost part of Tennessee. So we're definitely have to watch that. If you're watching my forecast earlier, I said that the highest threat in Tennessee would be south central or the east part of Tennessee when the low-level jet really kicks in, and you can see that's happening. So we'll go look at that in a second. I'm going to stay on this storm down here real quick. There is some indication of rotation. You can see this kind of wavy pattern. And this is near Millery, Coffeyville. Yep, so that's kind of near some cities. And there is your little circulation right there. So that's kind of near Millery. It looks pretty weak at the moment, but there is some circulation down there. But we'll have to watch that area. So we'll definitely keep some tabs on that. It has some kind of broad, weak circulation. We'll go check out those tornadoes up, or this tornado and severe warning up here up in Tennessee. And this is to the east, or to the west of Andrews, to the east of Chattanooga, to the south of Athens, and near Benton. And we're going to have to switch radars again for this area. It's kind of in between the radar sites. So KMRX would be the radar we want to look at. Okay, so not seeing a whole lot of circulation up there. See if there's a, maybe happened a little earlier. We'll check that out. And this was radar indicated, so if there was a tornado in this region, I would suspect it'd be very weak, kind of a quick rain wrap type of thing, a brief tornado threat. But either way, it's definitely want to take shelter. it's a messier storm complex up here. There's a lot of rain cooled air, so I would suspect that that wouldn't last overly long. The farther north you get, when you get those warnings, especially the tornado warnings, usually they're going to be briefer in nature. It's more of a widespread area of heavy thunderstorms and rain. There is some rotation in that area. Hail and wind threat for sure. We'll check this storm out near Coleman again. And check that out. So that storm near Dalton earlier, there was a tornado report by an amateur radio operator, and that was at 7:29 p.m., so a couple hours ago, but that just popped up, so the good news is Coleman's probably out of the woods here, but this little notch right here you see very well could be a tornado or a tornado circulation. Even though the tornado warning isn't over there at the moment, we could see that expanded to the east. Now, the good news, though, is we don't really see the tightly packed circulation as much. It's mostly just and if we do, it's going to be near Hanceville. So this area right here, just to the south and southeast of Coleman towards Hanceville, that's where your best threat for tornadoes is going to be right now. Kind of in that zone right there, moving to the east. My fancy graphic design skills here. But right now it looks pretty broad, so we'll look at the correlation coefficient, see if we can find anything. Again, probably going to be right within that zone right there between Hanceville and Coleman. Again, moving to the northeast at interstate speeds, 63 miles an hour according to this. Might be a little overdone, probably more like 50, 55. So those are our three tornado warnings: Southeast Tennessee, central north central Alabama, and like I said, this thing's ramping up now. And look at all these warnings down here in Mississippi, in the southern part of Alabama. That tail end is really starting to get going. And the main piece of energy is really going to be start sweeping this thing to the east here soon. Things are going to kind of just ramp up. You're going to see a long north to south line start to develop here over the next couple of hours. But we'll check out this area. Comment below if you guys have any questions. It says, what about North Carolina? Yeah, there could be a brief morning threat tomorrow morning, early in the morning, with some potentially some isolated tornadoes, probably more so in South Carolina, but there could be a brief morning threat in that region. I think what we're going to do is switch to mobile's radar, and we're going to examine these storms down here. So KMOB. KMOB. It's a very nasty line. This is where that circulation was. And the radar is indicating about 0.75 inch hail. The storm down here, maybe an inch hail. Storm near Wiggins, about an inch or so. And then the storm near the Gulf here, near Bay St. Louis, probably about an inch with 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. These lines of storms will definitely have to be watched as they move into Alabama. They're definitely going to have a chance for tornadic activity as they move to the east and northeast overnight. The base velocity. Let's see. A little bit of circulation, not a whole lot. Turn that storm relative real quick. Yeah, so if you do get a tornado, it's probably going to be kind of within this zone right here. There's a little bit of a circulation, but it's very broad and weak for the most part, but it's something we're going to have to watch closely as this moves to the northeast. Now here's an example of a mesocyclone. When you get that broad circulation that I've been talking about, what the radar is really picking up is the mesocyclone. And these mesocyclones are essentially corkscrew updrafts. Now, they don't always look this good. This is a storm I took out in Nebraska a few years back. They don't always look that, pottery shaped, that they kind of that little bowl shape. They're not always like that, but generally speaking, there is this broad scale of rotation, this corkscrew updraft. So you get winds going into the storm, and it kind of corkscrews up into the atmosphere, and then you get rain out behind it. It's a forward flank downdraft or ahead of it. But when the jet stream is really strong, sometimes you'll get winds to defy the jet and then come back down, and you'll get precip, and that's where you get your little hooks. So here's your forward flank right here. That's that over here. And then your hook, which is this right here. And in between those, you kind of get a tornado potential, and that would be kind of within that zone. So if you think about a tornado, it's probably going to be much smaller. It's going to be kind of like that or even smaller than that. So for that to be picked up on the radar, you're talking a lot tighter circulation, talking just a couple of pixels across from each other. And they're essentially touching each other. So you get greens and reds, inflow and outflow touching each other. And when you get that, you get a tornado. But what we've been looking at over the past few storms is more broad scale circulation, indicative of mesos. I'll show you another storm I took, kind of show you how a tornado will look in this type of environment. These are some of the storm shapes that I've been on here. This would be another mesocyclone, and there's actually a tornado. It's hard to see, but there is a tornado in there. And you can kind of see where it forms. It kind of forms in that hook. Yeah, here's a good example. Mesocyclone, precipitation, some precipitation back there, and you can see that little tornado right there. Here's another one. There's the collar cloud. There's your tornado right there. It's a big time wedge, rain. Again, this is not today. This is just an example. There's rain coming out back here and in the tornado, and then there's rain over here, but it's actually dry in between. And so that's kind of how you get your hook echo. That's kind of what your hook is. We'll go back to the radar and I'll show you what that looks like. We don't really have a good example right now, but perhaps the storm off to the north near Coleman would be our best bet. So KBMX, we'll turn that on. Yeah, there's a little bit of a tight notch kind of forming just to the east, southeast of Coleman. So definitely something to watch here. And the reflectivity is loading here. It is taking a little bit of time, but we'll have to definitely watch that. Looks a little more significant at the moment. Whoops. The Birmingham radar is currently not working, so we'll switch views. Oh, there it goes. So yeah, you can see that inflow notch right here, and then you see the outflow coming out. So there's not a whole lot of precipitation out ahead of it. There's warm, moist air getting sucked into it, and then outflow out behind it. Luckily, the base velocity doesn't look overly significant, but there is a little bit of circulation near Holly Pond. And again, all it takes is a few minutes, and these things can completely change. But yeah, this is this S shape that I was talking about from Bluntsville to Holly Pond, and it kind of arcs back up to Arab, Baileytown. You kind of see that S shape. And kind of in the middle of that is where your highest tornado threat is going to occur, and that's near Holly Pond. At the moment, it looks broad, so it's got that kind of that mezzo, kind of embedded into a line of storms. But if you start to see really bright colors, bright red, bright green, and you see just a few pixels, together, 1 or 2 pixels apart maximum, usually they're immediately together, that's when your tornado threat is really high. Probably means a tornado's on the ground. But luckily right now it looks more broad. Lots of storms to the southeast. Check out this tornado down here in southeast. These storms in southeast Mississippi and southwest Alabama. There definitely is some circulation near Coffeyville, but pretty much broad scale for the most part. And you can see how your circulation, this is near at the surface, and then we go up a little bit higher, and it's actually to the northeast. It essentially means your updrafts are getting tilted from the southwest to the northeast. That's that jet stream kind of blowing the updrafts to the northeast. So your mesos are getting bent a little bit, and that's a, a sign of strong wind shear, strong upper level flow. Feel free to ask some questions in the comments. I'll be answering some questions, and I'm going to be definitely taking a break. We're getting off it. We'll kind of see how things evolve for the next few minutes. If things ramp back up, I'll definitely be back on here, but I'll leave the live stream going for a few hours, a couple hours, till about 11 or so. There was also some snow to the northeast or northwest, and I'll turn that on real quick. So not only is there a severe weather outbreak occurring in the southeastern United States, there's a ton of rain moving into all of the eastern United States. And like I said in my forecast video, like the other day, I said parts of the southeast into Tennessee, maybe even Kentucky, in the east central United States, you could see 1 to 4 inches of rain with this thing. Not everyone's going to get it, but especially this area near these frontal systems in the southeast will. And then obviously you have your snowfall amounts in Nebraska, Iowa. These are snowfall reports. Several areas in Minnesota have received 6 to 10 inches. You're talking Wisconsin, 10 inches or so. In the central part, maybe 2 to 4 inches in the northern part. And then you got your rain to snow line right here. So this is current conditions at the moment. The snow looks a little bit dry, so it's kind of drying up just a bit. You can see those dry pockets in there, but nonetheless, when you're really close to that rain to snow line, that's where your heaviest batch of snow is going to be. So it's just be near Marquette and just to the northwest of Marquette. Marquette's really on the line on this thing. And then your heaviest lift is going to be, see these little tails going into the storm? It's going to be just to the north of that. So that's sneaking up, well into Michigan, Canada, Great Lakes. This thing will be pretty intense in Canada over the next couple of days. But decent snowstorm up there. I know South Dakota, Nebraska. Nebraska got a few inches. South Dakota, Rapid City, and just to the northwest of there, got close to a foot. Some areas actually reported even more than that. Still looks pretty broad on that region. I'm going to give you guys a quick update of how the storm is going to evolve throughout the night. Nothing overly scary looking on radar at the moment, so we'll do a quick update and kind of show you how things will evolve here throughout the rest of the night. So your main batch of moistures, your 60 dews are right here. This is where the main pool of moisture is sitting. To the north of that, you can see these storms. There's winds kind of moving in all directions. Nothing to be worried about. That's mostly the storms cooling the environment up here. So that's going to really hamper the tornado threat for the northern parts of Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi into Tennessee overnight. That'll start to weaken throughout the night. But this is something we've been watching here. As this moves to the east in the morning, you can see how the winds, they kind of go from the southwest and then they kind of curl, whoops, to the southeast. And there's a pretty big surge of a low-level jet, pretty good surge of moisture. It's going to put some areas in the Carolinas and Georgia under the gun for potentially a couple of morning tornado threats within this region. Maybe an isolated tornado or two in South Carolina or North Carolina, but this is your main line right here. This is around 9 p.m. or so. Really gets going. And it actually cycles. You actually get a re-influx after 1 a.m. So you can see this thing cycle a bit, and this line moves to the east. This is early in the morning tomorrow, but it does weaken. But this line of storms will be very strong all the way out to about the coast through Georgia, Alabama, and then South Carolina. North Carolina, a little bit less of a threat, but still some embedded hail, wind, maybe an isolated tornado or two up there. This is the significant tornado parameter. It's essentially forecasting the probability of tornadoes if they're, if you get storms and if they're especially discrete or at least quasi-linear. And you can see that it's pretty elevated, 4 or 5. This is around 11 p.m. But your main threat's going to be in Georgia and the southern parts of Alabama. This is 1 a.m. You can see that when those winds move to the southeast and you get that second surge of moisture, it does enhance a little bit in the morning. And it really goes bonkers here in South Carolina. It's something I've been watching here. Georgia and South Carolina, wouldn't be surprised to see morning tornadoes out within that region right there. It's actually been trending upwards too. But the storms tomorrow during the day have trended downwards. I think this thing will be offshore by then, but definitely some morning tornadoes potentially in South Carolina, Georgia, maybe even North Carolina. So one other thing we'll look at is the low-level jet. You can see what I'm talking about. So the low-level jet is astronomically off the charts, 70 knots, 80 knots, and then it kind of re-enhances itself early in the morning on Monday in the Carolinas and Georgia. So, if you're going to get tornadoes, probably going to be up here in South Carolina, maybe even a couple down here, but you kind of get your best bet when the winds kind of start to move, shift to the southeast. They might be a little bit too southwesterly, might be more of a wind threat down here. It's still going to be mostly a wind threat up here, but there could be a little bit higher tornado threat up in South Carolina early in the morning. So we'll have to watch for that. Rainfall amounts, we'll check that out and we'll kind of go national. This thing is dumping a ton of rain. We'll go a few hours back and just kind of see how much rain has fallen here. So snowfall, obviously, you're talking 6 to 12 inches way up into the northernmost parts of the United States into Canada. This thing's really going to get cranking now and as it moves into Canada. Even some backside snow in the Dakotas. But rainfall wise, you can see what I'm talking about here. We're talking big time rainfall amounts for the east half of the United States. These storms are going to be training. So you had these multiple waves of severe storms kind of bury through this region. And this was a few hours back, so this is not additional rain, but you can see totals could be 2 to 5 inches within this region, probably 4 inches, 2 to 4 inches or so. And then all of the eastern United States, about an inch or two. So pretty crazy for that area. Lightning threat. This is measuring the density of lightning strikes. You can see very high here in the southern parts of Mississippi and Alabama, and then also the eastern parts of Arkansas with that other wave. I expect that wave to weaken as it moves into Mississippi, and this main line will really start to take over. Whoops. This main line will really start to take over, and this area will start to weaken, but still pretty strong out there right now. But these lightning threats are pretty significant if you live particularly south of southern Tennessee down into Louisiana. That'll continue overnight. Some dangerous lightning embedded within this system. Storm reports, check these out real quick. We're at 31 tornado reports, and actually if you filter them out, it's 26. So about 26 reports, so definitely verified as an outbreak. And you can see all of these tornadoes in southern Mississippi. There were multiple tornadoes down there, and a couple of them were big time tornadoes. Would not be surprised if you saw the reports come back and they were between EF3 and EF5 within this region based on what the radar looked like earlier in the day. Wind and hail threats pretty much everywhere else. Right now, again, there's going to be a large uptick in hail and wind threats in Arkansas, but that'll start to weaken. But expect these reports to propagate to the east. The tornado threat will weaken just a bit. It might actually strengthen up for an hour or two in Alabama, so you might see some more reports go up there, but might weaken a little bit overnight. Then we could see some redevelopment here in South Carolina with that second surge in that low-level jet and those southeasterly winds if things line up, and that would be in the morning. But there'll be a few more reports out here of tornadoes. Would not be surprised to see this number pop over 30 by the time the morning arrives, maybe even 40. So pretty intense there. SPC outlook for the rest of the night. This was at 7:58 p.m., so not too far ago. You can see the tornado threat, and they actually have that thing I was talking about. You can see it extending into the Carolinas now. It definitely has increased just a bit. Main threat's going to be all of Alabama. Lots of rain-cooled air up here in Tennessee kind of shut down the threat up there. Check out the radar again. So we got a couple of warnings now, and a couple of new ones here. Near Sweetwater, Coffeyville, doesn't look terribly significant at the moment. There is a little bit of circulation there, so we'll have to watch that. Radar indicated, so it hasn't been observed yet. These things are moving pretty quick. 60, wow, that says 68 miles an hour, probably 55 or so based off the upper levels. This is a radar estimate, but based off what the environment supports, probably more like a 55 mile an hour storm motion. But either way, we're arguing about 55, 68. These things are moving fast either way. And the hail in this thing, I would suspect the hail be quarter inch to an inch, but the wind threat's going to really increase with this type of look. 70 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour. There's probably some damaging winds now moving through Grove Hill, Thomasville. Yeah, so pretty nasty line there. It's kind of bowing out. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to take a quick drink, and then we'll look at this in a little more detail. Be right back. All right, guys, I'm back here. We're gonna just take a quick look at these. I'm gonna wrap it up within the next few minutes, but I'll keep the live stream going. And obviously, if there's anything crazy, I'll come back on. But I got a few things I have to do. But we'll look at these storms real quick. And got a couple new tornado warnings. So this is going to be really odd shaped one here. This is a tornado warning moving east at 62 miles an hour. This is towards Camden, so it's something we're gonna have to watch here. And then we got the old base reflectivity. We're gonna check this out real quick. Base velocity, storm relative velocity. Yeah, there's just all sorts of little tiny areas of potential circulation. The area I think we're really going to want to watch here is this one right here. This is to the west of Pine Hill. Does not look terribly tight at the moment, but it is concerning. Birmingham's radar. We'll check that out. So these are the storms just to the east of Coleman. There's a pair of tornado warnings here. Moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Really, what's going on here? There's a lot of precipitation out ahead of these. So if these are tornadic, it's usually going to be shorter in duration, and they're going to be weaker. But sometimes you can get strong tornadoes with these. So do not rule them out, especially this type of environment. We'll look at the velocity. And yeah, so your circulation is going to be northwest of Albertville or so, and near Guntersville. And we'll show you how that looks. It'd be kind of, I would say, probably got outflow out here, probably some inflow right here. We see is a little less precipitation, there, probably warmer, a little better inflow there, and probably gonna have some circulation somewhere around here. So that area would be under the gun at the moment. Lots of hail falling out in Arkansas. 70-mile-an-hour winds for much of that area. Big line of storms. And then these storms south into Alabama are really starting to pick up wind speeds. You can see this strong bowing look to it. So 70-mile-an-hour winds probably embedded in that thing. And we'll see, kind of probe it here and see what's going on. 60 knots or 60 miles an hour. A couple 70-mile-an-hour winds just east of Coffeyville near Grove Hill. 76. There's a little of a circulation down there. We'll have to look at that. See if that's what's going on there. And storm relative velocity has it just to the east near Fulton. So something going on near Fulton. Yeah, and when you get these little notches like that, that's a little bit concerning. But correlation coefficient. Be definitely something to watch here. That's moving northeast. So that would put Colton under the gun. And if we turn off the radar and the tornado threats and all that, that's a severe warning too. It's a small city, but this yellow area is where the population's at. So hopefully it'll pass in between to the north here. In terms of watches, we've got tornado watches extending all the way up into Tennessee, down all the way into parts of Louisiana even. And they got severe watches off to the east here. And let's see, this is a tornado watch. It's a PDS watch, actually. Okay, so the one to the north, this darker pink one, is not a PDS tornado watch, and the one to the south is a PDS tornado watch. This isn't effective until midnight, so still got a couple hours on it. Probably going to see some more issued out here. Probably not PDS, but there'll be tornado watches out here in parts of Georgia and the eastern parts of Alabama. A PDS means particularly dangerous situation, and usually when you get these, that the chances for significant tornadoes are higher than usual, and even potentially several tornadoes. Okay, so there's definitely a notch here. This is near Albertsfield, Douglas area. We'll have to watch that area right there near Albertsville, and then obviously this other area down here, which would be better with a different radar, so turn that on. So your circulation, yeah, you can kind of see it near Fulton. Looks pretty broad for the most part. And then obviously you got more circulation up here, northwest of Pineville. Still kind of broad, loose organization, but there still is some rotation. Feel free to ask some questions, guys. All right, guys. So what I was thinking was, with these live streams, obviously it's getting kind of late right now, but when we get these daytime live streams, I was thinking about placing videos here or photos that you guys submit of the actual weather that's happening, sometimes live, or maybe it was a clip that happened a few minutes ago, something like that. And I think we're going to get a web page set up where we can submit content. And if you want to be featured, only if you want to, you can submit some content, and we'll have little pictures and videos that pop up here as we describe and break down the setup. Now I'm talking to some live stream people and see if we can get some live streams on here. But again, if you're a storm chaser or a weather enthusiast, have a webcam or anything like that, have pictures, and you live in the area of the severe weather activity, feel free to email me at weatherdecoded@gmail.com. Obviously, we're not going to be doing it for tonight's live stream, but maybe in the future, if you ever want to partner with that, just email me if you're interested. Again, I'll be making a website for this idea where it'll be a lot more organized, and we can actually pull from a feed where people can post content and stuff like that. So, but like I said, if you like that idea, comment below, and if you have any other ideas, let me know, and we'll get some of that going. And I'm also going to be doing some storm chasing. I don't know if it's going to happen this year or not with the pandemic, but eventually we'll get some storm chasing going out in the plains. There's less trees and less population, more out in the open country. And we'll be chasing up down the Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma. I've been doing it for the past, since 2007, but I think this year I'm going to finally do some, or next year finally do some live streaming. Montana, Wyoming, all these other areas, and so we'll have live streaming and data going on at the same time. And if we can get good cellular network out there. So again, let me know, weatherdecoded@gmail.com, if you have any interest in that or have any content. So let me know. Also, guys, if you like this video, share this with a friend, subscribe in the comments below. We'll have more live streams and forecasts and stuff like that. Invite some friends onto this thing. And we'll definitely be making more of these. So the storm near Albertville, you see this S-shaped. When we get this kind of S-shaped look, your tornado threat's going to kind of occur in the notch of that S. Essentially means there's inflow and then outflow coming out behind it, and that's where your best circulation is going to be. It's kind of right over that tornado warning or just to the north. So it's definitely it doesn't mean necessarily that means there's a tornado happening at the moment, but it's kind of the pre-stage of a potential tornado. Yeah, that's kind of right in that tornado box. Something we'll have to look at. And we'll turn on that radar, see if there really is anything going on in that area. Yeah, so some circulation maybe northwest of Altoona and then also near Albertville and Boaz. And obviously the base reflectivity is a little bit linear, so mostly wind and hail threat. But see the rest of Alabama, it's mostly wind, hail, a couple of warnings down here, but again, mostly wind and hail at the moment. There's actually a storm warning out here for parts of North Carolina, so you got to take a look at that. That's way off to the east. It doesn't look like anything tornadic or anything, but let's see what this is warned for. 46-mile-an-hour storm speed, 60-mile-an-hour winds, so kind of gusty in there. What? All right, guys, I'm back. I'm just going to kind of wrap it up here in a few minutes. So there's a new tornado warning here near Chattanooga. See what that's all about. It'll take a second to load. Alrighty then, there's actually a pocket of warmer air out ahead of it. All right, guys, I'm back here. There's a new tornado warning near just southwest of Chattanooga near Trenton, and there's a little pocket of warm air sitting out here. There's going to be some inflow and now some outflow, and that could be enhancing the circulation out here. Look at the reflectivity, the base velocity here. Yeah, there's that S shape I'm talking about. There's something going on just southwest of Trenton near Silo. See that tightly packed circulation? That's moving to the northeast. Probably will miss Chattanooga, but it's going towards Fairville, Ringgold, excuse me. Yeah, that does look concerning. Southwest of Trenton. You can see the correlation coefficient, a little blip there. Very well could be a tornado developing just southwest of Trenton, and that would be Trenton, Georgia. So just near the state line, actually. But right now, the tornado warning is, yeah, it's actually observed now. So there's an observed tornado within this region near Trenton. It's moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. Hail's about 0.75 inches. So this is tornado time now for the city of Trenton. So dangerous thing developing here. Here's what I'm talking about. So this is where your flow is actually coming in, the greens, and then the flow is coming out. We can actually see how much of this is actually happening. 30 in, 80 knots or so out. And your circulation can be somewhere between Silo and Trenton. This is a few minutes old, so it's going to be somewhere in between these two. This looks a tad broad for a tornado, but when you get this quick, surge of inflow and outflow like that, sometimes usually the next frame, when the frame updates, you'll get a tornado sometimes. So we'll have to see if that happens or not. Right now it looks kind of broad, but we'll have to watch to see if this blows up at all. Again, there actually has been an observed tornado according to the tornado warning. And I'm going to check that on radar scope and actually look at the actual warning, see if there is, see what's going on with that one. Because that right now is the main show. I'll just check the National Weather Service. I think they'll be covering this one real quick. Yeah, the National Weather Service says tornadoes on the ground right now. So confirmed tornado was located over Trenton, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So this thing is probably near and east of Trenton at the moment. Yeah, there it is. Pretty crazy.